Hey everyone, this is Mia Horror Stories, and the title of today's horror story is My Ring Camera Caught Me Walking Out the Front Door, but I'm Still Inside. For your comfort, the screen will stay black throughout the video, so you can relax without strain and just focus on the story. Make sure you stick around until the end. Sometimes the last few moments are the ones that stay with you the longest. The first alert came while I was brushing my teeth, and because it was 11:47 p.m. and I was half awake on my feet, I almost swiped it away without looking. The phone buzzed against the bathroom counter, rattling beside a tube of toothpaste and a cheap ceramic dish full of bobby pins. Motion at front door, the notification said. Under it was the thumbnail, my front porch, amber from the porch light, and a woman in a gray t-shirt stepping through the doorway with one hand on the knob. I stared at it with foam in my mouth. The shirt was mine. I spat, wiped my chin, and opened the live feed with a stupid little laugh already rising in my throat. The kind you make when something is weird, but probably not weird enough to deserve fear yet. I lived alone in a narrow rental house on the south side of Columbus, Ohio, on a quiet block of old duplexes, and chopped up single-family homes where every porch had a different Amazon box history, and every dog had a different opinion about passing cars. My front door was 3 rooms away from the bathroom. I could have walked there in 6 seconds. On the screen, the porch was empty. I stood very still, toothbrush in hand, listening over the faint static hiss from my phone speaker. The house made its usual nighttime sounds, the refrigerator kicking on in the kitchen, the vent above the shower clicking as it cooled, a car rolling through the intersection a block over, bass dragging behind it. Nothing else. Then my own voice came out of me, soft and embarrassed. Okay, great. I am Lee Mercer, 32, female, and I rent because I keep telling myself it is temporary, even though I have been telling myself that for 5 years. I do customer support from home for a medical billing software company, which sounds fake and sometimes feels fake, but it pays on time and lets me avoid most people. I had moved into the house 8 months earlier after a breakup that was civil in the way a root canal is civil. Useful, clean, still painful. The place had sloped floors, old brass doorknobs, and windows that let in drafts no matter how much weather stripping I shoved into them. I liked that it was mine at night. I liked routines. Lock the back door, check the stove, charge the phone, put the chain on. I liked knowing where everything was. One of the reasons I bought the Ring camera instead of just relying on the deadbolt was because I am the kind of person who checks things twice, then once more because checking twice can miss things. I know that about myself. I know it isn't noble. It's just tiring. I rinsed the toothbrush and carried my phone into the hallway. The house was dim, except for the bathroom light behind me, and the lamp in the living room I always left on late, turned low so the place wouldn't feel like a cave. The hall runner shifted under my bare feet. At the end of the hall, the front door sat shut and locked, the chain hanging where I'd left it. I looked from the actual door to the phone screen like one might correct the other. Nothing moved on the live feed. The porch steps, the hydrangea pot I had failed to keep alive, the street beyond, empty. On the event history, though, there it was. A 10-second clip stamped 11:47 p.m. In it, the front door opened inward, and a woman wearing my gray Ohio State t-shirt and black sleep shorts stepped out, turned slightly as if pulling the door closed behind her, then walked out of frame. My face did not show clearly. The porch light flattened everything, but the body was mine, or close enough to make my stomach tight. Same height, same dark hair pulled up messily, same shirt with the stretched collar. I replayed it 3 times, each time expecting some obvious glitch to jump out at me. Compression blur, lag, a bad stitch from earlier footage. But it was a normal clip. The timestamp rolled cleanly. The motion arc was smooth. The door opened. Someone came out. "Lee," a voice called from outside, muffled through the wall. "Everything okay in there?" I actually flinched. The voice belonged to Nora Ellis, 29, female, who lived in the other half of the duplex next door and smoked on her front steps when she couldn't sleep. She was a pediatric ER nurse at Nationwide Children's and moved through the world with the blunt efficiency of somebody used to making decisions fast and washing blood out of her sneakers before dawn. We weren't best friends, but we had crossed the line from neighborly to familiar. She had a spare key to my place for emergencies and had once driven me to urgent care when I split my palm on a broken mug. I watered her basil when she picked up extra shifts. She was, unfortunately for my pride, someone I trusted enough to hear me sounding ridiculous. I opened the front door, chains still latched, and peered through the gap. Nora was on her porch in scrubs, jacket zipped halfway, cigarette ember bright in the dark. "You scared the hell out of me," I said. "You were standing in the hallway staring at your phone like you got dumped by a bank app." She squinted. "You okay?" I nearly told her never mind, nearly laughed it off, but the clip was still in my hand, hot and real. "Can you come look at something?" 2 minutes later, she was in my living room, smelling faintly of hand sanitizer, cigarette smoke, and cold air. She stood beside the couch while I handed over the phone. Her expression did what mine had done, dismissive first, then focused. "Huh," she said. "Right. You sure this is from tonight? Timestamps right. That doesn't always mean anything." "I know," she replayed it. "Could be old cached footage. Then why's the time right? Software glitch. Somebody used your Wi-Fi. Somebody hacked the account." She handed the phone back. "Or you sleepwalk," I laughed once. "I don't sleepwalk." "You sure?" "Yes." I wasn't, actually. Not completely. When I was a kid, my mother used to tell the story about finding me at age 9, standing in the kitchen at 2 in the morning, eyes open, trying to put a school backpack in the freezer. I had no memory of it. There had been one other episode in college, according to an ex-boyfriend, though I always suspected he exaggerated things when he wanted to make me sound difficult. Still, the word touched something private and shameful in me, a fear less of danger than of not being able to trust my own body, my own memory. It was one of those things I hated enough that I never tested it too closely. Nora caught the look on my face. "Oh," she said. "Okay, that was a good guess then." It was one time when I was a kid, 2 times from that face. I sat down on the arm of the couch. The living room window gave back a dim reflection of the room. Lamp glow, my bookshelf, Nora standing with one hand on her hip, the dark rectangle of the TV. "Even if I did sleepwalk," I said, "the chain was on. Maybe you took it off and put it back. Without me hearing it, you were brushing your teeth." "No, I mean in the clip." We both looked at the phone again. The chain wasn't visible from the camera angle. Nora blew air through her nose. Then we checked the app logs. reset your password, maybe reboot the thing. Most boring explanation first. That was how she approached everything. Start with the machine before assuming a ghost or a murderer or your own brain turning against you. It was one of the reasons I liked her. We went through the account settings at my kitchen table. The overhead light made the room too bright, flattening the old yellow paint and the small pile of unopened mail by the fruit bowl. Outside, a light rain had started, faint enough that it only whispered against the front window. Nora leaned over my shoulder while I changed my password, enabled two-factor authentication, and checked the device list. One phone, mine, one camera, front porch. No strange logins, no unknown devices. You have shared users off, Nora asked. Always. Okay. She was trying to keep her tone casual, but I could hear the edge now. Not fear, concentration. My phone buzzed again. Motion at front door. We both froze. A small sound escaped me, not a scream, more like the noise you make when stepping unexpectedly into cold water. Nora took the phone before I could. The new thumbnail showed the porch again, empty except for a dark shape near the bottom step. She opened the live view. Rain stippled the lens. The porch light made silver threads out of the drops. There was a cardboard box on the mat, dampening at the corners. Nora looked at me. Did you order anything? No. The event clip showed it arriving. Not by a person. It was simply there between one frame and the next because the camera had begun recording late, triggered after motion. In the first second, the porch was empty. In the next, a medium shipping box sat on the mat as if set down by someone who had already stepped out of frame. The label side face down. That's creepy, Nora said. Thank you, very helpful. She moved to the window and peeled back the curtain with 2 fingers. Streets empty. Don't do that. What? Stand in the window like that. She let the curtain fall. You want me to be scared or useful? I want neither, ideally, she smiled, but only with her mouth. We stood there listening. Rain, refrigerator hum. Somewhere 2 houses over, a dog gave one lazy bark and stopped. I became acutely aware of the front of the house as a physical thing. The thin wood of the door, the sidelight window beside it, the mail slot the landlord had painted shut years ago. The box on the porch felt less like a package than a decision waiting for us. It's probably misdelivered, Nora said. At midnight, people do weird delivery routes. Not in the rain, Lee, I know. She grabbed her keys from the table and held them between her fingers, metal jutting out. We open the door, we grab it, we close the door. 30 seconds. Then I need to go home and sleep because I'm back on at 7. I didn't answer right away, because here was the truth under all the smaller truths. I did not want the box. I did not want to see the label. I did not want the very normal world to produce a very normal explanation, because then I would have to go back to the clip of me leaving the house while I was still inside it. And the number of explanations for that was already uncomfortably small. But I also did not want to leave something unknown on my porch all night, where I would imagine it absorbing rain and waiting for me. Nora studied my face. Or, she said, quieter now, I take it, and you lock the door behind me. That's worse, probably. A new sound came from the front of the house, not loud, just a soft, deliberate bump against the door, like cardboard nudged by a shoe. Both of us went still. Then another bump, not random, not the wind. Nora's eyes lifted to mine. The house seemed to tighten around that sound. The lamp in the living room, the rain, the smell of coffee grounds in the kitchen trash, my own pulse in my throat, hard enough that swallowing felt mechanical. The box moved again. We heard it scrape lightly over the welcome mat. Neither of us spoke for several seconds. Then Nora said, very evenly, "We can call non-emergency and sound insane, or we can check what's on your porch before somebody decides to knock harder." I looked toward the front hall. The door stood there, quiet and ordinary, with my keys hanging on the hook beside it, and the deadbolt turned home in its brass plate. That was the choice. Open it or don't. Simple enough to sound harmless. And for some reason that made it worse. The box scraped again, just enough to shift the fibers of the welcome mat. Nora didn't look at me this time. She was already moving toward the front hall, keys still threaded between her fingers. "Chain stays on," she said, like she was giving orders in a trauma bay. We crack it, we look, we shut it. My mouth felt dry. And if someone's right there, then we shut it faster. It's not perfect, I know. It's 30 seconds of information. We need that. The word information settled something in me. I could deal with that. Facts were better than whatever was happening inside my head. I followed her down the hallway. The lamp behind us cast a weak rectangle of light that didn't quite reach the door, so the entryway felt dimmer than the rest of the house, like stepping into a pocket of cooler air. I reached for the deadbolt, paused, then slid it back. The metal made a soft, precise click. I lifted the chain and let it fall into the catch again, ready to hold. "On 3, Nora said. I nodded, even though she couldn't see it. 1, my hand tightened on the edge of the door. 2, the rain sounded louder here, tapping at the side light glass. 3, Nora pulled the door open an inch, the chain going taut with a thin metallic strain. Cold air slid through the gap, carrying the damp smell of wet concrete and leaves. The box sat right against the threshold now, closer than it had been in the clip. Close enough that if we opened the door any farther, it would push it. "Hello," Nora called. Nothing. No footsteps. No voice answering back. Just rain and the distant hum of a car idling somewhere down the block. She leaned slightly, peering through the narrow opening. I did the same from behind her shoulder, our perspectives overlapping awkwardly in the reflection on the glass. The box was medium-sized, the kind you'd expect for a pair of shoes or a small appliance. Brown cardboard, darkening at the corners where it had soaked up water. The tape was intact. No obvious damage. The label was still turned down against the mat. "See anyone?" I whispered. "No." She shifted her weight, testing the door against the box. It didn't budge much. "Okay," she said. "I'm going to pull it back with my foot." "Wait, if someone's out here, they're not hiding behind a 6-inch deep package." "That's not what I meant." "What did you mean?" I didn't have a good answer. That was the problem. Nora hooked her sneaker under the edge of the box and dragged it back a few inches. The cardboard made a dull, rasping sound against the concrete. The gap widened just enough to give us a clearer view of the porch. Empty. She leaned farther, looking left, then right. The streetlight down the block cast a faint, sodium yellow wash over the wet pavement. No silhouettes, no movement. "Clear," she said. The word didn't reassure me. "Grab it," I said. "You grab it. You're already there." "Lee," I exhaled, annoyed at myself for hesitating over something so normal. It was a box. People got boxes every day. I slipped my hand through the gap, fingers brushing cold air, then cardboard. It was heavier than I expected, maybe 10 pounds. Not light, but not unmanageable. I pulled it inside, the edge catching briefly on the threshold before sliding free. Nora shut the door immediately, the chain rattling before settling. I threw the deadbolt back into place with more force than necessary. For a second, we just stood there, breathing. "Okay," Nora said. "Good. Now we have a box." "Great. Solved," she snorted. "Let's see the label." We carried it to the kitchen table. Water dripped from one corner, leaving a small dark stain on the wood. I flipped it over. The label faced up. My name. Leah Mercer, my address, correct down to the unit number. No return address. No shipping company logo I recognized. Just a printed barcode and a tracking number in a generic font. "Did you order anything from wherever this is?" Nora asked. "No. You sure you didn't forget?" "I don't forget 10-pound boxes." She traced a finger along the edge of the label. "This looks like it was printed at home, not like a standard UPS or FedEx label. Meaning someone could have made it." "Someone like who?" She didn't answer right away. I felt that familiar itch under my skin, the one that came when I couldn't reconcile two pieces of reality. The clip of me leaving. The box addressed to me. Both things individually explainable. Together, not so much. "Open it," Nora said. "Right now." "Why not?" "Because it's midnight and someone just nudged it against my door." "That's exactly why." I hesitated, then reached for the drawer where I kept a dull pair of kitchen scissors. The metal felt heavier than usual in my hand. "Careful," Nora said. "Of what?" "Just careful." I slid the blade under the tape and cut along the seam. The sound was louder than it should have been, tearing through the quiet kitchen. The tape peeled back in a long strip. I paused with my fingers on the flaps. "Ready?" Nora asked. "No, same." I opened the box. Inside was a folded gray t-shirt. For a second, my brain didn't register it. It was such an ordinary object that it didn't match the buildup. Then I realized what I was looking at. It was the same Ohio State t-shirt I was wearing. Same faded logo. Same small stain near the hem where I'd spilled coffee months ago. Same stretched collar. I looked down at myself. I was still wearing mine. "Okay," Nora said slowly. "That's weird. Yeah, could be a coincidence. It has the same stain." She leaned closer, inspecting it. Yeah. My chest tightened. "Take it out." She glanced at me. "You don't want to?" "I don't want to touch it." "Fair." She reached in and lifted the shirt. Something shifted beneath it with a soft thud. "There's more," she said. "Of course there is." She set the shirt on the table. Underneath was a smaller box, plain white, like something you'd use for electronics or jewelry. No markings. Nora picked it up, weighing it in her hand. "Light. Open it. You're bossy when you're scared. Open it, Nora." She popped the lid. Inside was a key. A single brass house key sitting in a shallow indentation. I felt my stomach drop in a way that had nothing to do with fear and everything to do with recognition. "That looks like," Nora started. "My spare," I said. "Are you sure?" "Yes." I reached for my key hook by the door without thinking, counting automatically. 1 for the front door, 1 for the back, 1 for the mailbox. The spare spot was empty. I stared at it, my mind trying to catch up to something that had already happened. "I thought you said I had the spare," Nora said. "You do." She held up her keychain. My spare key was there, hanging off the ring next to her car keys. "Then what is that?" she asked. I didn't answer, because the key in the box had a tiny notch near the head where I'd once dropped it on concrete. A mark I'd recognized instantly. "Okay," Nora said, more firmly now. "Okay, this is not funny. I'm not laughing. Someone has access to your house. I know. Someone who knows what your spare key looks like. I know. And your clothes. I know." We stood there, the three of us in the kitchen, if you counted the version of me implied by the shirt. Nora set the key back in the box like it might bite. We need to call the police. For what? A box? For someone messing with you. For possible break-in. For this. She gestured at everything. They'll ask if anything's missing. Is anything missing? I don't know yet. They'll ask if you've had any disputes, any exes, anyone who might have a reason. I know what they'll ask. And what will you say? I thought of my ex, Mark, who had moved out cleanly, taken his things, returned his key. He was not the kind of person to do this. He barely had the energy to argue about dishes, let alone stage something like this. No one, I said. Nora watched me, reading the gap between what I said and what I didn't. Lee, I mean it, she exhaled, then nodded once. Okay, then we call it in anyway, because someone is escalating. The word hung in the air, escalating. My phone buzzed again. Motion at front door. We both turned toward the hallway like something had called our names. Don't open it, Nora said immediately. I wasn't going to. She grabbed the phone, pulled up the live view. The porch was empty again. Except wait, she said. What? She angled the screen toward me. There, at the edge of the frame, barely visible where the porch met the side of the house, was the outline of a person. Not clear, just a shoulder, maybe part of a head, cut off by the camera's field of view. Standing very still, watching the door. My skin prickled, a physical reaction this time, not just mental. Can they see us? I whispered. Not through the door. The side light, it's too dark inside. Are you sure? No, she said. The figure didn't move. Rain continued to fall, blurring the edges, making everything slightly unreal. The porch light flickered once, then steadied. Call 911, Nora said. I thought you said non-emergency. This is not non-emergency. My hands felt clumsy as I took the phone back. I dialed. It rang once, twice. 911, what's your emergency? My name is Lee Mercer, I said, forcing my voice to stay steady. I think someone is outside my house. They left a package, and now they're still here. Are you inside the residence? Yes. Are the doors locked? Yes. Do you see the person? On my camera. They're at the edge of the frame. Stay on the line. Officers are being dispatched. I swallowed. Okay. Nora moved quietly toward the living room, turning off the lamp, so the house dropped into deeper shadow. The kitchen light felt too bright now, a beacon. Reached up and flicked it off too. Darkness settled in, broken only by the dim glow from the hallway nightlight and the blue-white from my phone screen. Better, she murmured. We stood there, listening. The dispatcher asked questions, description, address confirmation, whether we were armed. I answered automatically, my attention split between her voice and the image on the phone. The figure shifted, just slightly, enough to confirm it wasn't a trick of the light. They're moving, I said. Where? The dispatcher asked. Still on the porch, near the side. Do not open the door. Officers are 2 minutes out. 2 minutes. It felt like a long time. The figure leaned forward, just enough that more of their face came into view. Not enough to identify, but enough that I could see they were looking directly at the camera. At me. Then they stepped fully into the frame. Male, mid-height, hood up, face partially obscured by shadow and rain. He reached toward the door. I sucked in a breath. His hand hovered near the handle. Then he didn't knock. Instead, he lifted something small and pressed it against the lock. A tool, slim, metallic. My brain caught up a second too late. He's trying to get in, I said. Get away from the door, Nora snapped. I stumbled backward, nearly hitting the table. The dispatcher's voice sharpened, telling us to move to a safe room, to stay on the line. From the front of the house came a faint, deliberate sound. Metal against metal. Testing the lock. The deadbolt held, for now. Nora grabbed my arm. Back bedroom. Now. We moved fast and quiet down the hall. The floor creaked under our weight in places I suddenly noticed, each sound feeling like a signal. Behind us, the front door handle rattled once. Then again. Not violent, controlled, patient. Whoever was out there wasn't panicking. They were working. We reached the bedroom. Nora shut the door and slid the dresser in front of it with a scrape that made my teeth hurt. Window, she asked. Backyard, locked. Yes. Good. I sank onto the edge of the bed, phone still pressed to my ear. The dispatcher kept talking, her voice a thread anchoring me to something structured and procedural. In the distance, faint but growing, I heard sirens. Nora crouched by the door, listening. The sound at the front of the house changed. A soft click. My heart lurched. That was the chain, I whispered. Nora's eyes snapped to mine. That was not the chain, she said, but there was doubt there now. Another sound, closer, not at the front door anymore. Inside. A floorboard in the hallway, just beyond the bedroom. Someone had gotten in. Nora held up a hand for silence. We stayed like that in the bedroom, her crouched by the barricaded door, me sitting on the edge of the bed with my phone pressed to my ear, while the sound outside shifted from the front of the house into something closer, more intimate. The hallway floorboard creaked again. Slow, careful, not the random settling of old wood. Wait. Officers are pulling up now, the dispatcher said in my ear. Her voice was steady, practiced. Do you hear them? Not yet, I heard breathing. Not mine, not Nora's. A faint exhale just beyond the bedroom door, like someone testing the air. Nora leaned closer to the door, listening. Her shoulders were tight, muscles drawn up toward her ears. She mouthed, "Stay." Another sound. A soft scrape against the hallway wall, like fabric brushing plaster. Then nothing. The silence after was worse than the noise. It stretched, thin and brittle. Say something, I whispered to the dispatcher. Anything. You're doing exactly what you should be doing, she said. Stay in the room. Do not engage. Outside, finally, the distant wail of sirens cut through the rain. Nora exhaled, a small release. Good, she murmured. But the relief didn't last, because the footsteps didn't retreat. If anything, they shifted, repositioned. He's still here, I said. I know, Nora said. The sirens grew louder, turning onto our street. Red and blue flickered faintly through the slats of the blinds, stuttering across the bedroom wall. Police are on scene, the dispatcher said. Stay where you are until an officer makes contact. We both waited. Seconds passed. Then a loud knock at the front door. A man's voice, authoritative, carrying through the house. Columbus Police. Anyone inside, make yourself known. Relief flooded me so fast it made me dizzy. In here, I shouted. Back bedroom. Nora shot me a look, but it was too late. The voice came again, closer this time. Stay where you are. We're coming in. Footsteps, heavy, purposeful, moved through the front of the house. For a moment, everything aligned. The fear, the response, the system working the way it was supposed to. Then Nora frowned. That was fast, she said. What? They didn't try the door. Another step in the hallway. Closer. Too close. Nora's eyes flicked to the door. Her voice dropped. That's not right. My stomach twisted. What do you mean? Entered procedure, they'd call out, wait, clear room by room. That, she gestured toward the door. That sounded like someone walking straight in. Another knock. This time, not from the front, from the bedroom door. 3 quick taps. My throat tightened. Lee, the voice said, softer now. Familiar. Too familiar. It sounded like me. Not identical, not perfect, but close enough that my brain tried to accept it before I could stop it. Nora went very still. "Don't answer that," she said under her breath. The knock came again. Same pattern. "Lee," the voice repeated. "It's okay. It's just me." My chest constricted. The words hit something deep and automatic, the part of me that responded to my own voice in recordings, in voicemail, in the mirror. "That's not," I started. "I know," Nora said sharply. "I know, don't engage." The dispatcher's voice cut in. "What's happening?" "There's someone at the bedroom door," I said, my voice shaking despite myself. "They're talking. They sound like me." There was a brief pause on the line, then, "Officers are still outside. They have not entered the residence yet." The room seemed to tilt. Nora's hand found mine and squeezed hard enough to hurt. "Okay," she said quietly. "Okay, that answers that." The knock stopped. Silence again. Then footsteps, retreating down the hallway. We both let out breaths we hadn't realized we were holding. "Jesus," Nora whispered. My hands were shaking so badly I had to brace the phone against my knee to keep it steady. "That's what is that?" "Someone messing with you," she said. "Someone who's heard you talk." "From where?" "Your porch, your yard, your phone calls, I don't know." That was my voice. "It was close," she corrected. "Not exact." It had been close enough. The front door opened then, this time unmistakable. The sound of the deadbolt turning, the door swinging inward, the chain clattering. "Police," a different voice called. "Lee Mercer." "In here," I shouted again, louder this time. Back bedroom. Boots in the hallway. Multiple sets. The weight of them sounded different, heavier, more chaotic. Clear. Someone called from the living room. Kitchen clear. Back hallway hold. A knock at the bedroom door. Firm. Controlled. "Columbus Police," the voice said. "Lee, are you inside?" Nora and I exchanged a look. "Ask something," she whispered. "Something they'd know." "What?" "Anything." My brain scrambled. What's my address?" There was a beat. "Ma'am, we have your address as," he recited it, correct down to the zip code. "We need you to open the door." Nora nodded once. I moved the dresser back with her help, muscles straining, wood scraping loudly against the floor. My arms burned from the effort. The door suddenly felt like the only thing between us and everything else. I unlocked it with shaking hands. When I opened it, 2 officers stood in the hallway, guns drawn, but angled down. Real. Solid. Rainwater dripping from their jackets. The relief this time was different. Not a flood. A slow, cautious seep. "Are you Lee?" one of them asked. "Yes. You okay?" Yeah, I think so." "Anyone else in the house?" "Just her," Nora said, stepping forward. "Nora Ellis. Neighbor." The officers nodded. "We're going to clear the rest of the house." "Stay here." They moved past us, methodical, calling out rooms, checking corners. The sounds of their movement mapped the house in a way that made it feel suddenly smaller. Living room, kitchen, bathroom, back to the hall. After a few minutes, one of them returned. "No one inside." I stared at him. "That's not possible." "We didn't find anyone," he said. "All doors and windows are secured except the front." "He was here," I insisted. "We heard him. He was right outside this door." Nora backed me up. "We both heard him. And before that, he was on the porch, on camera." The officer nodded, not dismissive, but not convinced either. "We'll check the perimeter." They did. Flashlights cutting through the rain, sweeping the yard, the side of the house, the alley behind. No one. No footprints we could see in the wet grass, though the ground was already saturated enough to blur anything clear. Back inside, they took statements. I told them about the clip, the box, the key, the voice. One of them, Officer Delgado, mid-40s, male, picked up the duplicate T-shirt with a pen, examining the stain. "You're saying this matches one you already own?" "Yes." "And the key?" My spare. Or a copy of it. He glanced at Nora. You have a key as well. She held up her keychain. Yeah, given to me months ago. No one else. No, Delgado nodded slowly. We'll log this as a suspicious incident, possible attempted break-in. Forensics might take a look at the box, see if there are prints. Attempted, I said. He got inside. We didn't find evidence of entry beyond the front door being unlocked. The chains can be slipped with the right tool, he said. Doesn't leave much trace. That landed heavily. So he could just come and go, I asked. In theory, he said. My chest tightened again. They stayed another 20 minutes, documenting, reassuring in that measured way people use when they don't have answers, but need you to calm down anyway. Eventually, they left, promising patrols in the area. The house felt different after they were gone. Not safer, just emptier. Nora stayed. She sat at the kitchen table, elbows on the wood, staring at the box like it might move again. You're not staying here alone tonight, she said. I don't want to leave. Lee, if I leave, whoever this is wins. They get my house. That's not how this works. It is to me. She rubbed her face. Then I'm staying. You have work. I'll call off. You won't. No, she admitted, I won't. But I can stay until morning. I nodded, grateful and ashamed at the same time. We tried to reset. Turned lights back on. Made tea neither of us drank. Checked windows again, even though we knew they were locked. Time stretched. My body started to feel the adrenaline crash, heavy limbs, headache building behind my eyes, a tremor in my hands that wouldn't quite go away. Around 3, Nora dozed off on the couch, head tipped back, mouth slightly open. I envied her ability to shut down like that. I couldn't. I sat in the hallway, back against the wall, facing the front door. The app was open on my phone, the live view casting a dim glow over my hands. Empty porch. Rain slowing to a drizzle. Normal, too normal. At 3:17 a.m., another alert. Motion at front door. I froze. The thumbnail loaded. It was me. Clearer this time. Not just a blur under the porch light. My face turned slightly toward the camera. Eyes open. Expression blank. Walking out the front door again. My heart slammed against my ribs. I tapped the clip, fingers clumsy. The video played. The door opened. I stepped out, closed it behind me, walked off the porch. Timestamp, 3:16 a.m. I looked down at myself, still sitting in the hallway, still inside. No, I whispered. Nora stirred on the couch. What? I couldn't answer right away. My throat had closed up. I forced the words out. It's happening again. She sat up, instantly alert. What is? I held out the phone. She watched the clip, her jaw tightening. That's not, she started, then stopped. I didn't move, I said. I've been here. I know. The two of us sat there, the video looping silently. Then Nora said something that made my stomach drop in a completely new way. Check the live feed. I switched to it. The porch was empty, but the door was open, not wide, just a crack, enough for someone to slip through. I slowly lifted my gaze from the phone to the actual front door at the end of the hallway. It was closed, locked, exactly as it had been. My pulse hammered in my ears. Lee, Nora said quietly. If that footage is real, it's not, I said automatically. If it is, she pressed, then someone is coming in and out of your house without using the front door we can see. The words settled like weight. Or, she added, there's another way in. I thought of the house layout. Front door, back door, windows, basement, the basement. I hadn't checked it. I never used it. It was an unfinished space, accessed by a narrow door off the kitchen. usually kept shut. The landlord had told me it was just storage. Nothing down there but old pipes and a concrete floor. "Lee," Nora said, following my gaze. "What? The basement?" I said. We both stood at the same time. The kitchen suddenly felt farther away than it should. The door to the basement sat there, plain and closed, blending into the wall like it always had. Normal, except now it was. Nora moved first, grabbing a heavy frying pan from the counter. "Stay behind me." "It's not how this works," I said, but I stayed behind her anyway. We approached the door slowly. Each step felt deliberate, measured. The house creaked under our weight, familiar sounds turned sharp. Nora reached for the knob, paused. "Ready?" she asked. "No," I said. She nodded. "Yeah, same." She turned it. The door opened with a soft, reluctant squeal. Darkness yawned below. A narrow set of wooden stairs descending into black. A faint smell drifted up, damp, earthy, and something else harder to place. Metallic, old, used. We stood there looking down. From somewhere below, faint and unmistakable, came the sound of movement. Not loud, just a shift, like someone adjusting their weight. Nora tightened her grip on the pan. I felt my chest constrict, breath going shallow. This was it. The point where we could close the door, pretend we hadn't heard it, wait for daylight, and pretend everything had a normal explanation. Or we could go down, find out. And once we did, there would be no going back to not knowing. Nora glanced at me. I nodded, even though every part of me screamed not to. She took the first step down. The stair creaked under her weight. I followed. Behind us, the kitchen light flickered once and went out. Nora stopped 3 steps down and held out an arm to keep me behind her. The dark below the basement stairs wasn't total. A weak rectangle of streetlight leaked through one of those tiny ground-level windows set high in the foundation wall, just enough to pull shapes out of blackness in flat gray layers. Concrete floor, cinder block walls, exposed joists overhead webbed with old wiring. The stairs dropped straight down into the middle of the basement, with a rusted furnace to the left and a row of metal shelving units against the far wall. Something moved near the shelving. Not a person stepping out dramatically, just a shift of weight, a shoulder drawing back, someone trying to become smaller. Nora lifted the frying pan a little higher. "We know you're down there." Silence. My phone screen lit my hand blue-white. I still had the Ring app open. That felt absurd now, carrying this clean, bright square of porch footage into a damp basement that smelled like dirt and rust and old water. But I couldn't make myself put it away. "Police already came," Nora said. "You want this to get worse. Stay hidden." A man's voice came out of the shadows. "That's funny, coming from you. Close. Too close. Deeper than I'd imagined. Young, maybe 30, maybe younger, but with a roughness in it like he smoked or didn't sleep." I felt something inside me drop into place. Not relief, recognition. Human. That should have made it easier. It didn't. Nora took another step down. The stair groaned. "Come out with your hands up." He laughed once, under his breath. "You didn't even bring a knife." Movement came again, clearer now. He was crouched behind the metal shelving, using stacked storage bins for cover. I could see one hand braced on the floor, pale knuckles, mud on the fingers. My mouth was dry. "Why are you in my house?" He didn't answer me. He answered Nora. "You should have gone home when the cops left." Nora's posture changed, only slightly, but I knew her well enough by then to catch it. She was scared now. Before, she'd been managing a situation. This was different. This was direct. "How do you know where I live?" she asked. No answer. The basement was laid out simply enough that I could map it even while panicking. Stairs in the center, furnace and water heater on the left, old shelving and plastic bins straight ahead, washer and dryer hookups along the right wall, though I didn't own either machine. The small window was behind the shelves. If he bolted for the stairs, he'd have to come past us. If he bolted deeper, there wasn't deeper to go, which meant he had chosen this spot for another reason. My eyes adjusted a little more. There was a second thing behind the shelving, not just bins, a chair. Nora saw it at the same time I did. Her voice went hard. "Get up, now." The man shifted, and the light from my phone caught part of his face. Thin, white, hood dark with rain at the shoulders. Not old, late 20s maybe, unshaven. Eyes bright in that wrong, over-focused way I'd seen once or twice on customers who called support after being awake for 2 days and had convinced themselves the software was sending them messages. Not drunk, something more organized than that, more patient. He stood slowly, hands visible, and the first thing I noticed was that he had the lock tool still clipped to his belt. The second thing was the phone in his other hand. My phone, or one exactly like it. Same case, same chipped corner, same faded sticker on the back from a museum exhibit in Cincinnati I'd gone to alone and pretended not to feel weird about. I think I made a sound then, something small and involuntary. He smiled at that. "There you are," he said. Nora didn't lower the pan. "Put it on the ground." He glanced at her, dismissing her. His attention kept coming back to me. "You don't even remember giving it to me." "I never gave you anything." He tilted his head. "Not on purpose." I wanted to say he was insane, that none of this made sense, but the problem was that it did. Not all of it, but enough of it to start fitting together in ugly ways. The duplicate shirt, the copied key, the false voice, the camera footage, the phone. Nora spoke before I could. Last chance. Put the phone down and get on the floor. Instead, he tapped the screen. My Ring app refreshed in my hand. Front door live view, the porch empty, wet, still. Then, on his phone, he swiped, turned it so I could see. A saved clip. Me on my porch 2 nights earlier, opening the front door in pajamas and stepping out to pick up a food delivery. I frowned, not understanding. Then another clip, last week. Me leaving for groceries in jeans and a sweatshirt. Then another. Me bringing in a package, turning my face up just enough for the porch light to catch it cleanly. My skin felt too tight across my shoulders. "You clipped them," I said. He smiled wider. "You made it very easy." Said, "What the hell are you talking about?" He ignored her. Same shirt, same angle, same routine. Most people don't realize how repetitive they are until you watch them. My stomach turned. Not supernatural, not impossible. Worse somehow, because it was small and practical and required time. Watching, editing, testing. "You hacked the camera," I said. "Not exactly," he shrugged. "You reused a password from an old breach." After that, it was mostly patience. Nora cursed under her breath. "The live feed too?" I asked. That was trickier. He lifted my phone a little. "You can do a lot with access and timing. Cached thumbnails, delayed events. Push what you want people to notice." The world narrowed around his voice. He was giving answers, and every answer made me feel more exposed, not less. Behind him, near the chair, I saw something else on the floor. A spool of wire, a battery pack, a cheap portable router or repeater with one blinking light. And next to it, folded carefully, Another one of my shirts. A setup. He'd been down here for how long? Nora saw the equipment too. You've been in this basement. He looked at her then. Storage space was terrible. Needed somewhere closer to me. Nora shifted her weight. Lee behind me. But I couldn't move. Not because I was brave, because my body had locked around one detail and couldn't let it go. The chair. Metal folding chair. Rope on the seat. Not a misunderstanding. Not just pranks and footage. He saw me notice it. His expression changed, flattening. That was for later, he said. Nora moved first. She lunged down the last 2 steps and swung the frying pan at his wrist. It wasn't graceful. It was desperate and fast, and exactly the right thing. The pan connected with a meaty crack. He yelled and dropped my phone. It skidded across the concrete. Then everything broke loose at once. He shoved the shelving unit hard. Nora tried to back away, but one of the legs caught on the uneven floor, and the whole rack lurched toward the stairs with a shriek of metal. Plastic bins toppled. One hit my shin. Another clipped Nora's shoulder and spun her sideways. I grabbed the railing, missed, and went down hard onto my left knee on the bottom step. Pain shot up my thigh so sharply it turned the edges of my vision white. He ran right, not for the stairs, but for the utility side of the basement. Past the furnace, past the water heater, toward the back corner where the foundation window sat open behind a broken screen. Of course, there had been another way in. Nora, I started. I'm up, she snapped, though she clearly wasn't all the way. She shoved the half-fallen shelf away from the stairs and stumbled after him. I forced myself upright. My knee screamed. The joint felt wrong but functional. I limped off the last step and nearly slipped on something slick, water, mud, maybe spilled detergent from a cracked plastic container. The basement was suddenly loud with bodies and impact. Shoes scraping concrete. Nora breathing hard. The man grunting as he kicked over a box to block her path. He reached the window, planted one hand on the sill, and started to haul himself up. Nora swung again. He ducked. The pan hit cinder block with a brutal clang that jolted up her arm. She lost her grip and dropped it. He elbowed backward, catching her across the cheekbone. She stumbled into the water heater with a hollow bang and went down on one hand. I saw the lock tool on the floor near me. No plan, just motion. I snatched it up and went for him. He half turned as I got there, and I drove the pointed end into the side of his neck, not deep, not some movie kill, more a jab with all my fear behind it. It was enough. He jerked, shouted, and let go of the window. Blood sprang bright and immediate between his fingers where he clamped his hand to the wound. He looked at me then with naked hatred, and I understood all at once that he had never believed I would hit him. That had been part of whatever story he was telling himself. The woman in the house, alone, predictable, easy to frighten, easy to study. He came at me. I tried to backpedal, and my bad knee buckled. I went down on one foot and one hand. He hit me high in the chest, not a punch so much as a shove meant to flatten me. The back of my head glanced off the furnace casing. The sound rang through my skull. My lungs stopped working for a second. Then Nora hit him, not with the pan, with the battery pack from the floor. She brought it down against the side of his head with both hands. He reeled. She hit him again. This time he dropped to one knee. "Lee," she gasped. "Move." I crawled more than stood, dragging my bad leg out from under the tangle of them. The basement smelled suddenly stronger of iron and wet dust, and my own sweat turning cold. He grabbed Nora's ankle and yanked. She crashed down hard, shoulder first, and the battery pack skittered away. He surged up on pure adrenaline and drove her back against the washer hookups. A pipe stubbed from the wall caught her ribs with a sick thud. The sound she made then was small and involuntary. I found my phone on the floor. Its screen was spiderwebbed, but still lit. 911 was still connected. The dispatcher's voice came faint and tinny from the cracked speaker. Ma'am, are you there? I put every ounce of air I had into one shout. He's in the basement. He's still here. The man's head snapped toward the sound, and for the first time, he looked uncertain. Not afraid exactly, but the timing had changed on him. From outside, muffled through dirt and foundation and rain, came the sharp bark of a police officer's voice. "Police, make yourself known." He spun toward the window. Nora lunged low and wrapped both arms around one of his legs. He kicked wildly, heel catching her shoulder, but she held on. "Go," she shouted at me, though I had nowhere to go. I looked around desperately and saw the spool of wire. The thing about fear is that it doesn't make you clever. It makes you primitive. I grabbed the wire, lunged forward, and looped it around his upper arm and throat from behind. Not to strangle him, God. I wasn't thinking that clearly, but to pull him off balance. It worked too well. He staggered backward into me. My bad knee gave way completely. We crashed sideways into the old shelving. Metal screamed. More bins came down. Something struck my shoulder. Another thing smashed against the floor near my head in a spray of screws and cheap plastic. He tried to wrench free, but the wire had caught around his arm and the rack leg. Nora got to her feet enough to shove him hard at the hips. His footing slipped in the spilled water on the concrete. Then he went down, not dramatically, just wrong. 1 second, he was fighting. The next, his temple hit the sharp corner of the lower furnace bracket with a dense, ugly thunk. All the motion stopped. The basement went very quiet. I was on the floor half under the collapsed edge of the shelving, breathing in ragged little pulls that hurt my ribs. Nora stood over him, swaying, one hand pressed to her side. The man did not get up. For 2 full seconds, neither of us moved toward him. Maybe because we were waiting for the trick in it. The lunge, the fake out, the continuation. Then Nora said hoarse, "Don't touch him." Footsteps hammered across the kitchen overhead. Multiple officers this time. The basement door banged open. "Police." "Down here," Nora shouted, and her voice cracked halfway through. Flashlights flooded the stairwell, then the room. Real beams, real boots, real hands. The next part came in fragments because concussion and pain do not make good historians. Hands lifting the shelf off me. An officer rolling the man onto his back. Blood on his hood, on the concrete, on the side of the furnace bracket. Someone taking the wire from my hands because I hadn't realized I was still clutching it. Nora sitting suddenly on the bottom stair because her legs had quit. Questions. "Where are you hurt? Can you stand? Did he have a weapon?" Ambulance en route. The man was alive. Barely conscious, maybe not conscious at all, but alive. Breathing wetly through his mouth, one side of his face already swelling where Nora had hit him. Blood from the cut at his neck, and the head wound mixed together into a dark smear on the floor. One officer found the window at the back. The screen had been removed carefully and set aside. Mud on the sill. Scuff marks on the wall outside. Another found more things hidden behind the shelves. Extra clothes of mine, printed screenshots from my social media, a notebook full of times when I left, when I came back, what I wore when Nora visited, which lights I kept on, delivery habits, trash pickup day. I did not throw up. I wanted to. Instead, I sat on the basement floor and shook so hard my teeth clicked. The paramedics came. They cut Nora's scrub sleeve to check her shoulder, wrapped her ribs, shone lights in my eyes, asked me my name and the date, and whether I knew where I was. I answered all of it, though the room kept swimming at the edges. When they helped me up the stairs, my left knee nearly folded. Sprain, maybe worse. My chest had a deep, ugly ache from where he'd shoved me into the furnace. My scalp was sticky where I'd clipped my head. None of it felt clean or cinematic. Felt humiliatingly physical, like having your body turned into a list of malfunctions. At the top of the basement stairs, I looked back once. The folding chair was still there, rope still on the seat. An officer was photographing it. I turned away so fast I almost blacked out. Outside, dawn had started to thin the sky into a dirty gray. The rain had stopped. My porch looked exactly like it always did after a storm. Wet boards, drooping dead hydrangea, one loose corner on the welcome mat. There were police cars in front now, red and blue staining the neighboring houses. Nora sat on the ambulance step with a blanket around her shoulders, jaw swelling purple. When she saw me, she tried to stand and winced. "Don't," I said. She gave me a humorless little smile. "You look terrible. You too. Good." That made me laugh once, and the laugh turned into something else before it got all the way out. Not crying. Not exactly. Just my body trying to discharge what was left and doing a bad job of it. One of the officers came over, Delgado from earlier. His face was grave in a way it hadn't been the first time. More respect, more anger too. "We've identified him," he said. "Name S. Eric Voss. Prior arrests for stalking, unlawful entry, fraud-related stuff. No current address." "Was he living down there?" Nora asked. Delgado hesitated. "Not full-time, but he'd been in and out. Looks like he set up equipment to piggyback your network from the basement window and access the camera account. We'll know more after digital forensics." "How long?" I asked. He looked at me, then away for half a second. "Notebook goes back 6 weeks. 6 weeks. 6 weeks of me making tea, taking calls, folding laundry, standing at my own front door under the porch light, being turned into footage." I wrapped my arms around myself and immediately regretted it because of the pain in my ribs. Delgado kept talking, gently now. Charges, evidence. The landlord needed to come secure the window and locks. Detectives would want a formal interview after the hospital. Hospital. I nodded like someone else was doing it. As they loaded Eric Voss into another ambulance under police guard, one of his eyes opened. Just for a second. He looked past the paramedic, past the officer, straight at me. There was no movie villain grin, no last line, just recognition. And somehow worse than hatred, a look of private grievance, like I had broken something he believed belonged to him. Then the doors shut. Nora reached out from the ambulance step and caught my hand. I held on harder than I meant to. The conflict was over. In the cleanest possible sense, it was done. He was caught. He was injured. We were alive. And yet, when I looked at my front door, all I could think was how ordinary it still seemed. How easily it had fit into someone else's plan. How for weeks I had walked past the basement door without checking whether the dark below it was empty. That knowledge did not leave with the sirens. It came with me. They discharged me from Ohio Health Grant a little after noon with a hinged brace on my left knee, a sheet of concussion instructions, and the kind of pain medication that made the edges of things feel padded without actually removing the pain. Nora got out an hour before I did with bruised ribs, a hairline fracture in her right hand, and a crescent-shaped cut under one eye where the skin had split against the washer hookup. She was furious about the hand more than anything else. She kept flexing her fingers like she could bully the fracture into not existing. "You shouldn't drive," she said when she came to pick me up anyway. "You literally have one good hand." "I have one more good hand than you have knees." That was the tone we used with each other now. Not light exactly. Functional. A way to keep the whole thing from hardening if we looked at it directly. Columbus in daylight looked rude in the way cities sometimes do after a bad night. Delivery trucks, school zone flashers, a man in a neon vest leaf blowing grit off a gas station curb, traffic on Parsons inching and sighing at red lights like nothing significant had happened anywhere. The ordinary world had not paused. I found that insulting. I am not proud of what I asked Nora halfway home. "Did they say if he talked?" Nora kept her eyes on the road, her left hand at 10 o'clock, right hand resting uselessly in a soft brace on her lap. "No." "Did they say if he asked about me?" "No." I looked out the window at a pawn shop, a bus stop, a woman dragging 2 toddlers across a parking lot by the wrists. "Okay, you don't need to know that today." I know. That was the problem. I knew a lot of things now. Most of them were not useful. The landlord, Mr. Hensley, met us at the house wearing boat shoes and a golf quarter zip, like he'd been pulled off a more comfortable emergency. He was in his 60s, male, with the stunned politeness of someone who had just realized one of his properties had become evidence. He stood on the porch with a locksmith and a maintenance guy from somewhere in Grove City. And behind them, my house looked exactly like mine, except for the police tape still fluttering at the side gate. "Lee," he said, too gently, "I am so sorry." I nodded because if I made him perform the full apology, I thought I might fall asleep standing up. They had already replaced the front deadbolt and knob set. The basement window had a sheet of plywood screwed over it from the outside for now, raw wood bright against the old foundation. Hensley kept explaining things I hadn't asked about: new locks, a security bar for the back door. He'd cover the cost of a better basement hatch if I wanted one, as if speed could make up for all the weeks that window had been a mouth in the dark. Inside, the house smelled wrong. Not dirty, sterile, fingerprint powder and damp cardboard, and the faint ammonia tang of whatever the crime scene techs had used downstairs. My kitchen table had been wiped clean except for a folder with a victim services pamphlet and a business card tucked under it. The duplicate shirt and copied key were gone, bagged as evidence. So was the notebook. So were the printed photos. I was grateful and disappointed at the same time. Part of me wanted all of it out. Part of me wanted to see it again, so I could keep proving it had happened. Nora hovered behind me in the living room as I stood just inside the front door, with my brace locked straight and my overnight hospital bag cutting into my shoulder. The lamp was still where I'd left it. The blanket was still draped over the couch arm. A coffee mug sat on the side table with a tea bag dried to the porcelain from the night before, though the night before already felt like a phrase from somebody else's life. You don't have to do this today, Nora said. Yes, I do. No, actually, you do not. If I don't come back in now, I won't. That landed between us. Not dramatic, just true. So I went in. Not all the way at first. Hallway, living room, kitchen, each room in order, like the body remembers roots, even when the mind is trying very hard not to attach feeling to them. I moved slowly because of the knee, but also because every threshold required a decision. The front hall creaked in the same place it always had. The bathroom still smelled faintly of mint from my toothpaste. My bedroom dresser had a scuff where we'd shoved it against the door. The house had kept all its habits. The basement door was closed. I looked at it. It looked back in the blunt, object-like way doors do. Flat white paint, brass knobs slightly tarnished, nothing expressive, nothing helpful. Nora stepped in front of it without making a fuss about it. Kitchen first, she said. So we sat in the kitchen while Mr. Hensley finished talking to the locksmith outside, and we made a practical list, because practical lists had edges and verbs, and let me postpone thinking in nouns. Change Wi-Fi password, replace router, new email password, change every reused login, call work, call insurance, pick up prescriptions, shower, eat something. Nora added one I didn't like, stay somewhere else. I crossed it out. She circled it. By 3 o'clock, I had spoken to 2 detectives, 1 victim advocate, my team lead at work, and my mother, which was by far the worst of the 4. My mother lives outside Cleveland in a condo she calls manageable in a tone that suggests every other housing arrangement in history was a personal insult. She answered on the second ring. Hi, sweetheart. I started with I'm okay, which should tell you everything about our relationship. What happened? Someone got into the house. A pause. Dramatic. Processing. Then all at once she became brisk in the old maternal way I remembered from childhood fevers and broken school projects. Hospital, police. Are you alone? Are you coming here? Do you want me to drive down? I did not want her to drive down. I did not want her seeing the basement door or my bruises or the parts of my life that made what happened possible. But I also did not want to admit why that felt so unbearable. No, I said. Nora's here. Who's Nora? My neighbor. Another pause. The one with the key. I shut my eyes, because I had told her that months ago in passing, and she had remembered. Parents do that. They store small facts in drawers and pull them out when you least expect it. Yes, then listen to the one with the key. It was so exactly something she would say that I almost laughed. Instead, I cried for the first time. Not big movie crying, just sudden, leaking tears while I sat at my own kitchen table staring at a bowl of clementines. My mother went very quiet and did not say I told you so, or why didn't you move sooner, or this is why I hate people having your information online. She just stayed on the line while I got through it. There's a kind of mercy in being known by someone who remembers you at 9 years old trying to put your backpack in a freezer. There's also humiliation in it. I felt both. By evening, the detectives had given us more than I wanted and less than enough. Eric Voss had a record, as Delgado said. Stalking, trespass, identity-related fraud, 2 probation violations in Franklin County, 1 in Delaware County. Nothing large enough, apparently, to keep him from drifting around the edges of other people's lives. They believed he had first gotten access to my camera account through a credential stuffing attempt after one of the older consumer data leaks. From there, he had likely watched for weeks, learning routines, testing notification timing, clipping old footage that matched my clothing and angles. He used a travel router near the basement window to stay close to my network and maybe to interfere with or delay the normal flow of alerts. Digital forensics would take time, which everyone said in the slow, apologetic tone bureaucracies use when time itself is the injury. There was no evidence he had been inside the living areas of my house before that night. That was the official line. I asked the detective to repeat it. "No evidence at this time," she said. That phrase should have reassured me. Instead, it settled into me like grit. No evidence is not the same as no. It means nothing more than nothing they can prove with gloves on and bright lights. They did confirm the copied key. It wasn't my original spare. It was a fresh duplicate made from an impression or a photographed cut pattern, likely from earlier surveillance. That should have made me feel better, knowing Nora hadn't somehow lost the real one, or that I hadn't sleepwalked it away. Instead, it widened the perimeter in my head. He had not needed my mistakes to get close. He only needed time. For 3 nights, I stayed at Nora's place next door because she finally stopped arguing and started commanding. Her half of the duplex was mirror imaged from mine, but felt completely different. Cleaner lines, fewer books, a stronger coffee maker. She slept on the couch because her ribs hurt less there, and I took the bedroom because my knee needed to stay elevated. We developed a routine around pain pills and ice packs and the shared avoidance of silence. On the second night, she said, from the dark living room, "I keep hearing that fake voice." I was awake already. "Mine, yeah," I stared at her ceiling. "I keep wondering what else he watched." She did not answer that. Around us, the duplex made settling noises, pipes ticking, the radiator letting out a sigh. Somewhere outside, one of the neighborhood dogs barked twice, then gave up. The sounds were ordinary enough that I should have been able to lie still. Instead, every noise arrived with a question mark attached. At work, HR insisted on leave. My team sent flowers, and one badly worded Slack message that called the situation a home inconvenience, which Nora laughed at so hard she had to hold her ribs. A detective came by to photograph the bruising on my chest and the cut on the back of my scalp. Another asked me to walk through my timeline again, slower this time, from the first alert to the basement. Every repetition changed the story slightly in my mouth, not the facts, the shape of them. That frightened me more than I expected. Memory is not a hard drive, it warms under handling. A week after the arrest, I had to go back into my own basement with 2 contractors and a city inspector. The plywood had been removed. Daylight came through the replaced window in a hard white square. Shelves were gone, the furnace brackets scrubbed clean, the floor bleached to a dull mottled gray. It looked smaller than I remembered and more embarrassing, like a stage set after a cheap production has closed. I made myself stand where the folding chair had been. The contractor, a woman named Jen with tattooed forearms and a tool belt that looked heavy enough to alter her posture for life, talked through moisture issues and the bad seal around the old frame. I nodded. The inspector scribbled numbers on a form. Above us, the house carried on with its midday noises. Refrigerator hum, a truck shifting gears outside, someone mowing 2 yards over. In the corner where Eric had set up the travel router, there was a clean patch on the concrete where something rectangular had sat long enough to keep dust from settling around it. That outline bothered me more than the blood had. Blood belongs to an event. The clean rectangle belonged to duration. When When they finished, I stayed 1 extra minute after both of them went upstairs. Just one, to prove something to myself maybe, that the room was a room again. Concrete, pipes, utility sink, nothing with intention. I listened, heard nothing. Then, very faintly, a sound above me from the kitchen floorboards, someone moving around, ordinary and alive, and I almost thanked God before remembering I don't do that. I sold the Ring camera. Not immediately. First, I tried to keep it. I told myself that refusing it meant letting him take another thing. I reset it, changed the mount, upgraded the account security, bought a second indoor camera, even though the idea made my skin crawl. I lasted 9 days. The problem was not logic. Logic said more cameras meant more evidence, more warning, more control. The problem was that every notification now felt like the first one. Every thumbnail was a little square of dread. Motion at front door. Motion at backyard. Motion at front door. Most of the time it was mail, wind, Nora coming over with groceries, a raccoon the size of a small ottoman. Once it was just rain confusing the sensor. My body reacted before my mind could classify. Pulse up, mouth dry, breath shallow. The machine was doing its job. I could not do mine with it, so I took it down. Nora held the ladder steady while I unscrewed it from the trim. "You sure?" she asked. "No," I said, "but I'm doing it anyway." That's not bravery, by the way. A lot of recovery is just choosing which discomfort you can live with. By the time June came, the bruises had yellowed and faded. My knee graduated from brace to sleeve. I returned to work part-time. The front lock was new, the basement window secure, the porch light brighter. I still lived in the same house because moving felt too much like fleeing and too little like being restored. Also because rents in Columbus were absurd, and trauma does not come with a relocation budget. Nora and I got closer in the practical ways first. Shared dinners, prescription pickups, her using my washer once she finally bought one, me going with her to urgent care when her hand started swelling wrong under the cast. People always talk about trauma as if it either destroys relationships or forges them instantly. Mostly, it just creates chores. Intimate, repetitive chores. The closeness comes disguised as logistics. The legal part moved slowly. Eric Voss survived. There were hearings, motions, delays. He took a plea eventually, though eventually stretched long enough to become its own weather. I gave a victim statement in a room too cold for the season and did not look at him more than once. He looked smaller than I remembered. That didn't help. Smallness can be patient. The judge used words like predatory, calculated, terrorizing. Good words, accurate words. They did not change the fact that afterward I still had to walk home from my car with keys between my fingers and check the lock twice, then once more because checking twice can miss things. By late summer, the block had returned me to itself. Kids on bikes, someone grilling 2 houses down, package vans idling, Nora on her porch after a shift, smoking in socks and scrubs. I started leaving my lamp on low again in the living room. I started sleeping through some nights. Not all. There are still things I don't do. I don't wear that gray Ohio State shirt anymore, even though the original was returned after evidence processing. It's folded in the back of a drawer under winter clothes. I don't go to the basement without turning on every light first. I don't reuse passwords. I don't open the door immediately after a late night notification, though that one at least seems like wisdom instead of damage. Sometimes I catch my reflection in the front window, as I pass the hall, and for half a second my body doesn't accept the angle. It expects discrepancy. It expects proof that an image can split from the person it belongs to and keep moving. Most days, though, the house is just a house again. The floor slopes a little near the bathroom. The back door sticks in humid weather. The new basement window seals tighter than the old one ever did. Life resumes not because it is healed, but because laundry accumulates and bills arrive, and the trash still has to go out on Thursdays. A month ago, just after dusk, I was bringing in groceries when Nora called from her porch. "Hey, your package." There was a small box on my mat, standard shipping tape, correct label, local bookstore logo in one corner, entirely legitimate. I stood there longer than necessary, plastic bags cutting into my fingers. Nora watched me for a second, then came down her steps without making it a big thing. "Want me to open it?" "No," I said, but my voice did something strange on the word. Thin, off by half a note. She heard it. Of course she did. So she didn't take the box from me or tell me to get over it or make a joke. She just stayed on the porch while I crouched, turned the package over, checked the seams, looked for the return address twice, then carried it inside with my pulse hammering stupidly in my throat. It was a paperback I had actually ordered. Essays about sleep and memory, of all things. I almost laughed when I saw the title. Later that night, after I'd put the groceries away and taken a shower and checked the front lock, I sat on the couch with the book unopened in my lap. The house was quiet. Nora's porch light glowed through the front curtains. A car passed, tires hissing on warm pavement after an evening sprinkle. Somewhere far off, a siren rose and fell, then thinned into the city. My phone buzzed on the side table. Not a camera alert. I don't have those anymore. Just a text from Nora, "You up?" I smiled despite myself and typed back, "Yeah." 3 dots appeared, disappeared, appeared again. Finally, she sent, "Think you ever trust your house again?" I looked toward the hallway, toward the front door, toward the closed basement door beyond the kitchen where nothing moved and no sound came. Then I typed, "I live here." That's probably the closest version of trust I get. She sent back a laughing emoji, and then, a second later, fair. I set the phone down. Across the room, the front window gave back a dim reflection of the lamp, the bookshelf, the couch, my own body turned slightly sideways in the glass. Still inside, exactly where I was supposed to be. I watched that reflection a few seconds longer than necessary. Then, because healing is not a revelation, but a collection of smaller, less cinematic choices, I turned off the lamp and went to bed. The hallway darkened behind me, and from somewhere under the ordinary sounds of the house settling for the night, there came one faint electronic chirp. Small, brief, easy to explain, probably. I stood still in the dark kitchen and listened for it again. Nothing. So after a while, I kept walking. That's tonight's story. If it gives you chills, make sure to like, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and tap the bell so you never miss what's coming next. And if you're still brave enough, there are more dark tales waiting for you right here on the channel. Go watch another, if you dare. Hey everyone, this is Mia Horror Stories, and the title of today's horror story is I'm a security guard at a mall, but the mannequins shift when I blink. For your comfort, the screen will stay black throughout the video, so you can relax without strain and just focus on the story. Make sure you stick around until the end. Sometimes the last few moments are the ones that stay with you the longest. At 2:13 a.m., I was standing outside a shuttered women's wear store on the second floor of Briarwood Galleria, staring at a mannequin that I could have sworn had not been facing me 30 seconds earlier. Not dramatically, not like in a movie. Nothing toppled over. No lights blew out. There was no music cue in my head, no heroic instinct, nothing like that. Just the low electrical hum of the mall after closing, the smell of floor polish and old fryer grease drifting up from the dark food court, and one matte white mannequin in a cream blazer, now angled toward the gate instead of toward the back wall display where I remembered it being. My flashlight beam trembled a little across its smooth cheek, making its painted lashes look sharper than they were. I blinked hard twice, then looked up at the store sign to ground myself. VERA. Same rose gold letters. Same locked grill. Same sale placards hanging inside like tired flags. I told myself I'd mixed up the pose. My name is Daniel Mercer. I'm 32. And until 6 months before that night, I had been a sheriff's deputy in Pierce County, Washington. Not some hard-bitten veteran with stories he liked to tell. Mostly patrol, mostly noise complaints, shoplifting, overdoses in parking lots. One domestic call that still woke me up if I slept too deep. After I left, I took the night security job at Briarwood because it was steady, union, and didn't involve carrying a gun or answering 911 calls from people already screaming. I told everyone I wanted something quieter. That was true. The part I didn't say was that quiet made room for things I'd shoved down hard for years. And sometimes, in the long, empty stretches between midnight and dawn, I caught myself listening for trouble so intently that my own heartbeat started to sound like footsteps behind me. Briarwood sat off Interstate 5 in a stretch of suburbs south of Seattle, the kind of mall that had been important once. 3 levels if you counted the basement service corridors nobody saw but staff. 4 anchor stores if you counted the department store hanging on by habit. And about 80 smaller units, half of them chained to national brands, and the rest a rotation of phone case kiosks, sneaker resellers, candle shops, and one knife store that somehow outlived 3 bookstores and a toy shop. During the day, it was families, strollers, perfume, teenagers moving in packs. At night, it was metal grills, reflections in black glass, and the air conditioning cycling through empty space like the building was breathing in its sleep. I wore a navy blazer with security on the chest, a radio clipped at my shoulder, a ring of keys heavy enough to drag one side of my belt down. I liked the weight of them. You could feel where you were in a place by the keys you needed. Exterior access, fire panels, service hall, roof ladder. I liked routes too, and repetition. The same loop settled my nerves. East corridor, escalators, food court, south anchor, loading bay back up. If I saw the same thing in the same place enough nights in a row, I could pretend the world was manageable. That night had been normal right up until the mannequin. Mercer, you copy. The radio snapped alive against my shoulder, and I nearly jumped out of my skin. I hit the button too fast and clipped my own reply. Yeah, copy. The voice on the other end belonged to Lena Alvarez, 28, the other overnight guard on rotation with me. Lena was from Tacoma, compact and sharp-eyed, with black hair always twisted into a low knot that somehow stayed neat through a whole shift. She had done event security, hospital security, even a stint bouncing at a casino, and carried herself with the kind of practical calm that made you feel stupid for overreacting. She didn't waste words. She also never let anything slide if she thought you were being careless. "You at Vera?" she asked. I glanced up at the security dome camera mounted above the corridor intersection. "Yeah, you've been standing there 3 minutes. You find something?" I looked again through the grill. The mannequin hadn't moved. Of course it hadn't. Its blank face was still turned slightly toward me, one hand molded into a gesture that suggested conversation or contempt. Hard to tell. Behind it, more figures stood on low white platforms among folded sweaters and chrome racks. They always looked worse after closing, when there were no customers to scale them against. Too tall, too clean, too aware of being looked at. "Nothing," I said. "Thought I saw a display out of place." A pause. Then Lena said, "You want me to log possible aggressive cardigan?" That got a laugh out of me before I could help it. "Very funny. Do your round. I'm downstairs by receiving. Alarm panel's been chirping on and off." Her voice cut out with a burst of static. I stood there another second anyway, feeling mildly embarrassed and still not entirely convinced. Then I stepped closer to the grill and raised my flashlight, angling it through the gaps. That was when I noticed the footprints. Not in the corridor. Inside the store. Dusty smears across the pale tile near the central display table. Faint, but visible where somebody had tracked in dirt and then half-heartedly wiped it. Construction boot prints, not exactly. More like rubber soles with a square tread. I crouched a little, squinting. The store should have been empty. It had been locked since 9:05 p.m. I knew, because I'd watched the assistant manager pull the grill down, padlock it, and rush off complaining about her babysitter. I radioed again. "Lena, hold up. Go. I've got possible unauthorized entry at Vera. Interior only. Maybe employee forgot something, maybe not." This time she didn't joke. "You see a person?" "No, door secure. Front grill is. I'm checking side access." "I'm on my way." I started toward the service corridor that ran behind the luxury wing, my shoes making that hollow rubber squeak polished floors always seemed to magnify after hours. The mall was never fully dark. Emergency strips and overnight lighting left everything in a dim amber wash that flattened color and deepened shadows. Closed storefronts reflected back at you like aquarium glass. Somewhere below, one of the escalators gave its hourly mechanical shudder as it cycled down further into standby. The side service door for Vera sat in a beige cinderblock hallway behind the public-facing glamour of the store. Back there, the mall smelled different. Cardboard, dust, damp concrete, stale coffee from forgotten paper cups left on electrical boxes. A row of steel doors lined the corridor, each stenciled with a unit number. The fluorescent fixture above Vera's door buzzed and flickered with an insect hum. I hated that sound. It reminded me too much of hospital waiting rooms at 4 in the morning. The handle turned under my hand, unlocked. My shoulders tightened. I took one step back automatically, thumb resting near the flashlight switch like that would somehow help, and keyed the radio. "Side door unsecured," I said. Lena answered immediately. "Don't go in alone." I looked at the cracked strip of dark between the door and frame. I thought about telling her I already knew that. But the truth was, my first instinct had been to go in anyway, because that old patrol brain was still wired toward getting ahead of things before they got messy. That wiring had made me useful. It had also made me reckless often enough that my ex-wife used to say I could turn taking out the trash into a tactical response. "I'm waiting," I said. "You'd better be." While I stood there, I listened. People think buildings are quiet at night. They aren't. They settle. They click. Air moves through ducts with a soft, rushing sigh. Somewhere far off, something metallic pinged as it cooled. A pallet jack rattled faintly from the loading bay downstairs. I could smell perfume seeping from under Vera's door, sweet and powdery, layered over the sharper scent of fresh paint from some renovation 2 units down. My flashlight beam stayed trained on the dark crack, and for a stupid half-second, I had the feeling that someone on the other side was looking back through it. Footsteps came quick around the corner. Lena appeared with her radio in one hand and a maglite in the other. "Tell me you didn't open it." "Not yet." "Good." Lena was shorter than me by almost a foot, but she stepped into situations like the floor had signed a contract with her personally. She glanced at the latch, then at me. Her face was serious now, no trace of the teasing from a minute before. "Any motion alerts?" she asked. "None on my app. That system misses half the floor if the HVAC kicks weird." She reached for the handle, then stopped. "Wait, who locked the front? Store manager or assistant?" I saw the assistant pull down the grill. "You know her, by sight." "Any stock crew tonight?" I shook my head. "Not scheduled." Lena exhaled through her nose. "Fine. We clear it together, quick and loud. If somebody's in there and runs deeper, we back out and call local. I'm not chasing anyone through a display floor full of ceramic torsos." "Plastic," I said before I could stop myself. She gave me a flat look. "That the part you're contributing?" I smiled despite myself. "Sorry," that was Lena. She had a way of pressing air back into a tense moment, not by being soft about it, but by refusing to let nerves set the tone. I envied that. My own calm was usually something I performed until it became real. Lena counted silently with her fingers. 3, 2, 1. She pulled the door open. The stockroom lights were off. Flashlight beams cut into hanging dust and the narrow clutter of retail back-of-house life. Rolling racks, collapsed cardboard boxes, tagged overstock, a hand truck leaning against a wall. No person, no movement, just the stale warmth trapped in a closed room and the faint chemical bite of fabric dye. "Security," Lena called. "If anyone's inside, identify yourself now." Nothing. We stepped in. I should say here that I have never liked mannequins. Not phobia level, not something I talked about, but enough that I instinctively looked away from them in department stores when I was a kid. It wasn't the faces. It was the posture, the deliberate imitation of human weight without any of the tiny instability real people have. They don't slump. They don't favor one leg because their knee hurts. They don't fidget. They stand like the idea of a person somebody tried to perfect and got wrong. After I left law enforcement, when the panic spells started coming at odd times, I noticed I had the same reaction to CPR dummies in the training room at the community college. Stillness that felt too complete. That flaw of mine, the need to keep scanning, to confirm and reconfirm that what I'm seeing is what's really there, was manageable most days. At 2 a.m. in a dark clothing store, it got louder. We moved through the stockroom into the sales floor. The overhead emergency lights painted everything in low amber pools. Jackets and dresses, hung in ranks. Mirrors multiplied our flashlight beams and cut our bodies into fragments in the corners of my vision. The mannequins stood on white platforms throughout the store, frozen mid-step, mid-turn, mid-laugh, if you were willing to give them that much humanity. One wore the cream blazer I'd seen from outside. Another had one arm missing, bare metal peg jutting from the shoulder. Their shadows fell long and skinny across the tile. Lena walked ahead of me, methodical, checking behind counters and fitting room curtains. Could have been the closer, she said quietly. Forgot the side door, came back for a bag, went out front. Wouldn't explain the footprints. She glanced down. I pointed. Rusty smears led from the stockroom threshold toward the center display, then seemed to split. Some headed toward the fitting rooms. Others circled the mannequins. Not fresh mud exactly. Grime, loading bay dirt, the sort of dark film that clung to soles if you'd been walking where deliveries came in. Lena crouched, flashlight almost against the floor. Not ours. You sure? My tread's hex pattern, yours too. She stood. These are different. The fitting rooms were empty. So was the employee bathroom. Behind the cash wrap, someone had left half a protein bar and an uncapped bottle of water, both from before closing by the look of them. The whole place had that feeling empty places sometimes get, where the emptiness doesn't comfort you, because it suggests you're too late to witness whatever made things strange. We ended up back at the central display. 3 mannequins stood there beneath a hanging sign for fall arrivals. 2 female forms and 1 male torso on a waist-high cube. Folded sweaters surrounded them in perfect stacks, untouched. The cream blazer mannequin faced outward toward the grill. Beside it, a second figure in a rust-colored dress was angled toward the mirrors. Its head was tilted slightly down, chin tucked, as though listening. Lena swept her light over the base platform. No damage, no pry marks. I took a slow breath. I know this is going to sound dumb. Strong start. When I was outside, I thought the blazer one had changed position. Lena's eyes moved from the mannequin to me. Not mocking, just evaluating. Thought or no thought. I hated how defensive I sounded, but enough to stop. She nodded once. Displays get changed late all the time. Visual team could have come through after close. Then why leave the side door unlocked? That, she said, is a better question. We stood there another moment, our flashlight beams crisscrossing over glossy shoes and smooth molded calves. Somewhere in the mall, a rolling metal shutter clanged, loud enough to make both of us turn. The sound echoed up the corridor and then vanished. Probably HVAC pressure, Lena said, though she said it after a beat too long. Probably. Then she stiffened. Daniel. The use of my first name did it. Lena only used it when something actually had her attention. She pointed at the mirror wall near the fitting rooms. At first, I didn't see it. Then I did, reflected in the glass, behind us. One of the mannequins at the central display seemed to have its head turned slightly more than before. Not a lot. Just enough that the angle looked off compared to the actual figure in my peripheral vision. A trick of perspective, I told myself immediately. Mirror distortion. Flashlight glare. But when we both pivoted back toward the display, Lena and I moved at the same time and stopped at the same time too. The rust dress mannequin was no longer angled toward the mirrors. It was facing the stockroom door. Not us, the door. Lena stepped closer, jaw tight. Did you touch that? No, you sure? I'm sure. She circled the platform once, checking the base. "There are wheels under some of these," she muttered. "Hidden casters." I crouched and looked. She was right. A recessed plate beneath the figure could rotate for display changes. Easy enough to move if someone nudged it. "So it shifted," I said, trying to sound relieved and not failing. "Uneven floor, maybe. Maybe." But neither of us sounded convinced, because stores are built flat, and things do not usually quarter turn on their own. That was when my radio crackled with a voice we both recognized. "Unit 2, Unit 3, respond." Marty Koenig, 56, male, night maintenance supervisor. Broad-shouldered, red-faced, with a nicotine rasp and the resigned patience of a man who had spent 20 years fixing everybody else's neglect. Marty knew the bones of the mall better than anyone alive. He also hated surprises and distrusted anything he couldn't explain mechanically within 30 seconds. Lena keyed up. "Go ahead, Marty. You too and Vera," she and I exchanged a look. "Yeah," she said. "Why?" A burst of static swallowed half his answer. Then, "Got a camera issue." "Maybe more than that. Need eyes in control." "Now," Lena frowned. "What kind of issue?" "Just get up here." The line went dead. For a few seconds, neither of us moved. The mannequins stood around us in their curated little world of staged confidence and neutral makeup. My flashlight beam had drifted down to the platform edge, where one dusty shoe print overlapped the clean white base. The store felt suddenly smaller than it had a minute before. Lena looked toward the stockroom, then toward the front grill and the dark mall beyond it. "We can lock this up and go to control," she said. "Or split, one stays, one goes." "Don't split," I said too quickly. She looked at me again, and I knew she heard more in that than the tactical concern. "Fine, let her." "Yeah," she said. I wasn't going to. Another option hung there between us, obvious and ugly. Call local police right now over a maybe. An unlocked door. Footprints. A display that seemed to move when neither of us was looking straight at it. If we did that, and it turned out to be a late visual merch team plus a bad camera feed, Marty would complain, mall management would complain, and we'd spend the next week writing reports no one read. If we didn't, and this was something real, we were already behind it. Lena clicked off her flashlight for a second, clicked it back on, thinking. "Okay," she said. "Choice time." Outside the store, beyond the grill, the empty corridor stretched away under low amber lights, silent except for the air moving through vents, and some far-off mechanical knocking from the depths of the building. Inside, the mannequins stood wherever they stood now, dressed for a season that hadn't started yet, patient as witnesses. "Control room first," Lena said, "or we call this in from here." I looked at the rust dress mannequin facing the stockroom door, at the overlapping footprints near the base, at the mirror wall, where for one ugly second I had believed I saw a change happen in reflection before it happened in front of me. Then I looked at Lena. And that was the moment the night tipped, not into the thing itself yet, but toward it. We didn't call it in. That was the first mistake, and I knew it even as we made it. "Control room," Lena said again, firmer this time, already moving toward the stockroom door. "If Marty's seeing something on camera, that's our fastest answer." "Or fastest way to miss someone still in here," I said. She stopped with her hand on the door, turned back. "We just cleared it." "We cleared what we saw," I said. "Those footprints didn't make themselves." Her jaw tightened. "So what's your plan? Sit in here with a bunch of mannequins and wait for them to confess?" I let out a breath, tried to unclench. I'm saying if someone came in through the back and ducked out before we hit the floor, they could still be in the service corridor. Or they doubled back into another unit. Or you're letting your brain fill gaps because it hates not knowing, she cut in. Not harsh, just direct. I get it. But we have a call from maintenance about cameras. That affects the whole building, not just this store. She wasn't wrong. That was the part that irritated me, the way she cut straight through the part of me that wanted to dig in and check every corner twice. The part that had kept me safe on patrol and had also gotten me written up once for going hands-on with a guy who didn't need it. Fine, I said. We lock it, log it, go to control. Then we come back with Marty and do a full check. Lena nodded once. Good. We backed out through the stockroom, Lena pulling the door shut behind us. She jiggled the handle, then slid the bolt and clipped a temporary security tag through it. Not as good as a proper lock, but enough to show if someone opened it again. Front grill, she asked. I'll swing around, I said. We split for maybe 20 seconds, her to the corridor, me to loop back through the public side. The mall felt wider now. Or maybe it was just that I'd lost the sense of control I'd had before, that quiet confidence that came from predictable routes and empty hallways. When I reached Vera's front, the mannequin in the cream blazer was still there, still facing outward. I forced myself not to stare at it too long. I checked the padlock on the grill secure and dropped my gaze again to the floor. The footprints weren't visible from this angle. Whatever had been inside hadn't tracked anything out here. Front's good, I said into the radio. Copy, Lena replied. Meet you at escalators. I took one last look through the grill before turning away. The central display sat in its neat arrangement. The rust dress mannequin was still angled toward the stockroom door. Watching it from here, I could almost convince myself we'd imagined the shift. Almost. The control room sat above the south anchor, a glass-walled box that overlooked the lower level. During the day, it looked official, almost impressive. At night, with most of the lights off and the monitors casting a dull glow, it felt like a bunker. Marty Koenig was already there when we pushed through the door, hunched over the main console. He had a cigarette tucked behind one ear, unlit, a habit he wasn't supposed to have inside, but did anyway. His gray hair stuck out in clumps like he'd been running his hands through it. You took your time, he said without looking up. We had a situation at Vera, Lena said. Possible unauthorized entry. Yeah, Marty said. I know. That got both of us to pause. You know, I said. Marty finally turned, his eyes moving between us. Because I'm looking at it. He jerked his chin toward the monitors. There were 32 feeds cycling across 4 screens, corridors, entrances, escalators, loading bays. Marty tapped a key and brought one feed full screen. Vera. The camera angle was from the corridor, slightly above and to the left of the store entrance. It showed the grill, the display beyond it, the mannequins arranged in their clean white world. Roll it back, Marty said. He hit another key. The timestamp in the corner flickered backward. 1:58 a.m. The corridor was empty. Vera's grill was down, store dark except for emergency lighting. The mannequins stood as we'd seen them. Marty sped it up. The footage blurred into smooth motion, minutes sliding past in seconds. 2:07 a.m. A figure appeared at the far end of the corridor. I leaned closer without realizing it. Pause, Lena said. Marty froze the frame. The person was halfway down the hall, hood up, head slightly lowered. Not sprinting, not not sneaking in the exaggerated way people imagine criminals move. Just walking, steady, purposeful. "Can you zoom?" I asked. Marty did. The image degraded a little, pixels breaking at the edges. The figure wore a dark hoodie, jeans, and what looked like work boots. No visible face from this angle. No badge, no uniform. "Employee," Lena said. "At 2 in the morning, Marty replied. "Not on any schedule I've got." "Delivery crew," I said. "Deliveries stopped at 10. The figure reached Vera's storefront. This was the part that made my stomach tight. They didn't try the grill. They didn't look around for cameras. They stepped to the side, out of frame, toward the service corridor entrance. Marty scrubbed forward a few seconds. The figure reappeared briefly, pushing the Vera service door open. "Door was already unlocked," Lena murmured. "Looks like it," Marty said. "Go ahead," I said. Marty played it. The figure slipped inside and pulled the door closed behind them. "Timestamp?" Lena asked. 2:08, Marty said. I did the math automatically. "We found the door around 2:20. "So they were inside at least 12 minutes, Lena said. "Minimum," Marty corrected. "Watch." He switched to another camera, an interior feed from inside Vera. Except it wasn't showing anything. The screen was gray, filled with static that crawled and shimmered. "That feed's been doing that all night," Marty said. "Comes and goes. Thought it was a loose connection until I checked the logs." "What logs?" I asked. "System logs," he said, already pulling them up. "Camera drops signal at 2:09. Comes back at 2:21. Lena and I exchanged a look. "That lines up with when we went in," she said. "Exactly," Marty said. "Now watch this." He switched back to the corridor feed and rolled it forward. 2:20 a.m., the service door opened again. The same figure stepped out. Except now they were moving faster. Not running, but quick, head up, scanning. "Pause," I said. Marty froze it. The hood had slipped back just enough to show part of a face. Male, maybe mid-30s. Light skin, short hair. No mask. I leaned closer, trying to lock in details. There was something off about the way he held himself, shoulders tight, like he was bracing for impact. "Keep going," Lena said. The man pulled the door shut behind him and moved back down the corridor the way he'd come. He didn't look back. He didn't look at the camera. He just walked. "Where does that lead?" Lena asked. "North exit," Marty said, "by the old cinema wing." "Camera there?" I asked. Marty switched feeds again. The exit camera showed an empty hallway. "No one came out," he said. "That's not possible," I said. "Unless he ducked into another unit," Lena said. "Or the camera dropped again," Marty added. He pulled up the logs again. "North exit camera offline from 2:20 to 2:25, he said. "Convenient," Lena muttered. "Yeah," Marty said. "Real convenient." A silence settled in the room. I felt that familiar itch in the back of my mind, the one that wanted to start connecting dots, even when the lines weren't fully there yet. "Let me see the Vera feed again," I said. Marty pulled it up, the static-filled interior. "Anything in the logs about movement?" I asked. He frowned, scrolling. "System flags motion at 2:15, then again at 2:18. "That's while he was inside," Lena said. "Yeah," I said. "But what kind of motion?" Marty shrugged. "System doesn't tell you that, just that something changed enough to trigger it." I stared at the gray static, trying to imagine what had been happening in that store while we were still doing our rounds. The footprints, the mannequins, the sense stupid, but persistent, that something had shifted just out of direct sight. "What did he take?" Lena asked. "Don't know," Marty said. "Could be nothing. Could be inventory, could be casing the place. Or could be testing something," I said. They both looked at me. Testing what? Lena asked. I hesitated. Response times, blind spots, camera outages. Marty snorted. You think we're dealing with some kind of pro? I think someone knew that camera would go down, I said, or knew it was already unreliable. Lena crossed her arms and walked into a store full of merchandise. To do what? Move mannequins around. The words hung there. Because as soon as she said them, it didn't sound like a joke. Marty rubbed his face. Look, whatever this is, it's not good. Cameras dropping, unauthorized entry, unknown subject leaving without being seen. That's above our pay grade if it keeps up. So we call it in, Lena said. Yeah, Marty said. We call it in, I nodded. But something in me resisted. Because calling it meant handing it off. It meant stepping back. And part of me, stubborn, didn't want to let go of it yet. What about the rest of the floor? I said. If he hit Vera, he could have hit other stores. We don't have evidence of that, Lena said. We didn't have evidence of Vera until we checked. Marty looked between us. You proposing we sweep the whole mall? Not the whole mall, I said. Start with the adjacent units. Work outward. If he's still inside, we might catch him before he finds another blind spot. And if he's not, Lena asked, then we confirm it's isolated. She studied me for a second. I could see the calculation in her eyes, the balance between procedure and initiative, between caution and action. You're pushing this, she said. Yeah, I said. I am. Why? Because I didn't trust the quiet. Because I didn't trust the way that mannequin had turned when I wasn't looking straight at it. Because I knew what it felt like to miss something small and have it become something bigger. Because if we wait, I said, we're reacting. I'd rather be ahead of it. Marty let out a long breath. Fine, you sweep, but you stay on radio, and the second you see anything off, you call it. I'm notifying management and local. They can decide how much they want to escalate. Lena nodded slowly. We do it together. Obviously, I said. She grabbed her flashlight and headed for the door. I followed. As we stepped back out into the corridor, the mall felt different. Not louder, not darker, just occupied. We started with the store next to Vera, a shoe place with rows of empty shelves and boxed inventory stacked in the back. Door locked. No signs of entry. Then the one beyond that. Same result. We moved methodically, checking locks, peering through grills, listening for anything out of place. By the time we reached the intersection near the escalators, I could feel the tension building again, not sharp, but steady, like pressure behind my eyes. Anything? Lena asked. Nothing yet. Good, she said. Let's keep it that way. We turned the corner and stopped. The escalator leading down to the food court was running. Not fully, just enough that the steps were creeping downward in slow, uneven jerks. That wasn't on before, Lena said. No, I said. We approached cautiously. The motor hummed low, strained, like it was fighting itself. Maintenance issue, I said. Marty would have said something, Lena replied. I leaned over the railing, shining my flashlight down. The lower level was empty. Except, do you see that? I said. Lena stepped beside me. At the base of the escalator, just off to the side, something lay on the floor. A hoodie, dark, crumpled. Same color, Lena said quietly. Yeah, we both knew what that meant. He didn't leave, I said. No, she said. He didn't. The escalator shuddered again, steps jerking forward with a metallic clank. Kill it? I asked. Yeah, Lena reached for the emergency stop. The moment her hand hit the button, the escalator halted with a jolt. And from somewhere below, out of sight, just beyond the edge of the lower landing, something moved. Not fast, not loud, just enough to scrape against tile. Lena Lena's head snapped up, eyes locked on the darkness below. "Okay," she said, voice tight. "We've got a problem." I tightened my grip on the flashlight, because whatever was down there, it was still inside the mall. We didn't rush down the escalator. That would have been the instinct on a different job. Get eyes on the threat, close distance. Don't give whoever it is time to move. But this wasn't a street corner with backup 2 minutes out. This was a 3-level mall with half the cameras unreliable and too many blind corners for one person, let alone 2, to control. Lena kept her hand on the emergency stop, like the escalator might try to start again without permission. "You hear that again?" she asked. I held still. The hum of the motor had faded to a low, cooling tick. Air moved through the vents above us with a steady rush. Somewhere deeper in the mall, a door slammed once hard enough to echo, far enough away to be meaningless. "Nothing," I said. She nodded. "We don't go down blind." "Agreed." She keyed her radio. "Marty, you copy?" Static then. "Go." Escalator by food court was running on its own. We've stopped it. We've got an item at the base that matches the subject, dark hoodie. Possible movement heard just out of sight. A pause. I pictured Marty in the control room, chewing that over. "Cameras down there are spotty," he said finally. "Food court feed flickers. Basement service corridor is worse." "Of course it is," Lena muttered. "We're going to approach from 2 angles," she said. Daniel takes the west stairwell, comes up behind the food court from the basement. I stay topside and watch the escalator landing. I looked at her. "You want to split now?" "I want him pinned," she said. "If he's down there, he's either going to run deeper into service corridors or come up. If we're both on one side, he picks the other." It made sense. I hated it anyway. "Radio check every 30 seconds, I said. "If I miss one, you assume I've got a problem." "Same for me." Marty cut in. "I'm calling local now. You two don't get heroic." "Define heroic," Lena said. "Don't get hurt." She gave a short, humorless breath. "Copy." I took the west corridor, moving fast but not running, counting doors out of habit. Past the closed jewelry store with the motion sensors that sometimes chirped if the temperature dropped. Past the shuttered arcade, the machines inside dark and silent, except for one cabinet that always flickered even when powered down, a leftover quirk nobody had fixed. The west stairwell door was heavy, painted institutional gray, with a push bar that always stuck a little on humid nights. I shoved through it and stepped into the concrete echo of the stairwell. The air was cooler here, damper. My footsteps came back at me from the walls in sharp, hollow beats. "On stairwell," I said into the radio. "Copy," Lena said, holding top. I took the steps 2 at a time going down, my flashlight beam bouncing along the chipped paint and metal railings. The smell shifted as I descended, less perfume and polished floor, more dust and something metallic, like old water. Halfway down, my boot slipped on the edge of a step. I caught myself on the railing, but the jolt shot up my wrist, sharp enough to make me hiss. "You good?" Lena asked immediately. "Yeah," I said, flexing my hand. "Just missed a step." "Slow it down." "Working on it." I slowed, forced my breathing to even out. That was the thing about adrenaline. It didn't just make you faster. It made you sloppy if you let it. At the bottom, the stairwell opened into the basement service corridor. This was the part of the mall most people never saw. Low ceilings crisscrossed with pipes and cable trays. Concrete floors with painted lines marking pathways. Utility rooms, storage cages, loading docks. The air hummed constantly, a mix of refrigeration units, ventilation fans, and distant machinery. Basement, I said. Any visual? Lena asked. Negative. I turned left toward the food court's underbelly. The corridor narrowed here, with metal doors every 20 feet. Some were labeled electrical, HVAC, janitorial. Others just had numbers. My flashlight picked out scuff marks on the floor. Not dust like in Vera. Fresh. Dragged. I crouched, tracing one with my beam. A streak like something had been pulled along the concrete. Too wide for a footstep. Too irregular for a cart. Got something, I said. Marks on the floor, recent. Direction, Lena asked. Toward food court, stay on it. I moved slower now, following the marks. They curved slightly, hugging the right side of the corridor, then straightened out again. My radio crackled. Daniel, go. Something just tripped motion at the top, Lena said. Near the escalator, I stopped. Movement up there. I asked. Could be residual, she said. Or he doubled back. That doesn't make sense, I said. He'd have to pass you. I'm telling you what the system says. Hold position, I said. Don't chase it. A beat, then. I wasn't planning to. I pushed forward. The corridor opened up into a wider space beneath the food court. I could hear the faint echo of the upper level above chairs, tables, the hollow openness of a place designed for crowds now sitting empty. Marks on the floor led toward a partially open service door. It was labeled food court access. I stopped just short of it. The door was ajar by maybe 6 inches. My light hit the edge, bounced into the darkness beyond. Lena, I said quietly. I've got a door open under the food court, possible point of entry. I'm above you, she said. I've got visual on the escalator landing. No movement. On 3, I'm going in. Wait. What? Marty says there's a secondary camera down there. He's trying to bring it up. I'm not waiting for maybe, I said. Daniel, I'm going in. I didn't wait for her to argue. I pushed the door open. The space beyond was a maintenance area that opened directly into the underside of the food court's floor. Low beams, exposed wiring, a maze of support columns. It smelled like grease and old spills that had seeped through cracks over the years. My flashlight swept left. Right. Nothing. Then I heard it. A soft, irregular tapping, like something bumping lightly against metal. I followed the sound, weaving between columns, my shoulder brushing against something sticky that made me grimace. The tapping grew louder, then stopped. I froze. Daniel, Lena's voice came through, tight now. I hear something, I said. Where? Under the seating area. Moving toward, a sudden crash cut me off. I spun, light whipping around. A stack of metal trays lay scattered on the floor behind me, one still rocking slightly where it had fallen. Heart slammed hard enough that I felt it in my throat. Contact, Lena said. No, I said, forcing air into my lungs. Just trays, probably knocked loose. I stepped closer, shining my light up. Above me, through a gap in the floor, I could see the underside of a food court table. One of the chairs above it shifted slightly, scraping against tile. Air movement, I muttered. Vibration. Or someone up there, Lena said. I looked back toward the escalator direction. Any visual? I asked. Negative, she said. I'm still alone up here. The misdirection settled into place. Trays knocked loose by vibration. Chairs shifting from the same. It sounded worse than it was. False alarm, I said, continuing sweep. I moved deeper. The marks on the floor ended near a column. I circled it, scanning. Nothing. No person. No hidden space. Just more columns, more shadows. Lena, I said. I've lost the trail. Copy, she said. I'm coming down. Use the main escalator, I said. I'll meet you at the base. I retraced my steps, faster now, unease crawling up my spine in a way I couldn't quite justify. The space felt wrong, but I couldn't point to anything specific. Back in the corridor, I jogged toward the escalator base. The hoodie lay where we'd seen it, crumpled near the bottom step. Lena was already descending, moving carefully down the stationary escalator. "Anything?" she asked as she reached me. "Nothing concrete," I said. Marks led to a dead end. Trays fell, probably vibration. No visual on the subject. She crouched by the hoodie, picking it up with 2 fingers. "Still warm," she said. "How warm, recently worn." We both stood there for a second, processing that. "He's close," I said. "Yeah," she said. "Too close." Her radio crackled. "Marty to both units." "Go," Lena said. "I've got something new," he said. "Camera feed just came back on Vera." I felt my stomach drop. "And?" Lena asked. Marty hesitated. "Displays are different," he said. "Different how?" I asked. "Mannequins," he said. "They've been moved." Lena and I looked at each other. "We locked that place down," she said. "I know," Marty said. "And the door tag's still intact." "Show us," I said. "Get back up here," he said. "You need to see it." Lena didn't argue this time. We took the escalator up together, moving faster than before. By the time we reached the control room, my legs were starting to feel the strain muscles tight, breath just a little too quick. Not exhaustion yet, but the beginning of it. Marty had the Vera feed up. The static was gone. The store was clear. And the mannequins, they were no longer on the central display. They stood in a loose semicircle near the front grille, facing outward, facing the corridor, facing us. Lena stepped closer to the screen. "That's not how we left it." "No," I said. Marty shook his head. "Nobody's gone in or out. I've been watching the door since you left." "Then how?" Lena started. "Casters," I said automatically. "They can roll." "Not like that," she said. "Not without someone moving them." I stared at the screen. The arrangement wasn't random. They were spaced evenly, like someone had taken the time to position them. Watching, my brain tried to slot it into something logical. A prank. A second person inside. A visual team messing with us. But none of it lined up cleanly. "Timestamp?" I asked. 2:51, Marty said. "Feed came back 30 seconds ago." "So it happened while we were downstairs," Lena said. "Yeah." A silence stretched between us. Then Marty said, "Locals 5 minutes out." Lena nodded. "Good." I didn't answer. Because something had clicked into place in my head, and I didn't like it. "He wanted us down there," I said. "What?" Lena asked. "The hoodie," I said. "The noise. The marks. It pulled us away from Vera." "You're saying this was deliberate?" Marty asked. "I'm saying it worked." Lena crossed her arms. "Okay, let's assume that's true. Then what's the play?" "He moves mannequins around and waits for applause." I shook my head. "No, he's testing us, watching how we respond." Marty swore under his breath. "That's not better." "No," I said, "it's not." Lena looked back at the screen, then at me. "Then we stop reacting," she said. "We control the space. Lock down Vera completely. Wait for police." "And if he's still inside?" I asked. "Then he's trapped," she said. I thought about the basement corridors, the blind spots, the camera outages. "Or we are," I said. The radio crackled again. "Unit 2, Unit 3 police are on site. North entrance." Relief flickered, brief and sharp. "Copy," Lena said. She turned to me. "We go meet them," I nodded. We moved for the door, and as we stepped out into the corridor, the lights flickered. Once, twice, then went out. Emergency lighting kicked in a second later, bathing everything in a dim, uneven glow. The kind that made shadows deeper. the kind that made it harder to tell if something had moved. "Power issue," Marty said over the radio, voice tight now. "Whole wing just dropped." I looked down the corridor toward Vera. Even from here, I could see the faint shapes of the mannequins near the grill, still facing outward, waiting. Lena's voice was low. "We don't go back in there." I didn't answer. Because the police were at the north entrance. The power was unstable. The cameras were unreliable. And somewhere in the mall, the man who had walked into Vera and never left was still moving. And now, with the lights down and the systems failing, we had no way to track him, no way to contain him, no clean way out. The emergency lights made the mall look unfinished, not haunted, just wrong in a practical way, like a building mid-evacuation or under renovation. All the polished surfaces flattened into dull gray-green, and the far ends of corridors sinking into murk. The usual overnight hum was broken up now. Air handlers kicked on and off irregularly. Somewhere metal banged in the walls. The escalator motors gave little choked noises and then stopped. Lena was already moving. "North entrance," she said. "We meet the officers, get them briefed. Then we clear Vera with 4 bodies instead of 2. I started after her, then stopped. "What?" she snapped. I was looking back toward the control room. Marty stood in the doorway behind us, radio in one hand, his unlit cigarette pinched white between 2 fingers. He'd gone pale under the red in his face. "Marty," I said, "can you lock control and stay on cams?" He let out a hard laugh. "On what cams?" "Whatever comes back." He glanced over his shoulder at the monitor glow behind him, then back at us. "Yeah, fine. Also," I said, "check fire panel and exterior doors. If he trips anything, I want to know." Lena was already impatient, but she didn't argue. That told me she was as wound up as I was. We headed for the north wing at a fast walk that kept threatening to become a run. Past the old arcade, past the shuttered pretzel place, past a dead fountain ringed by benches and fake ficus trees, whose leaves never collected dust because the HVAC was always moving just enough air to keep them trembling. The geometry of the mall had never bothered me before. Tonight, it felt like a trap designed by somebody who understood lines of sight too well. Long straightaways with too many alcoves. Intersections where glass storefronts reflected movement from angles that didn't make sense until you were already too close. You could lose a person in there without them ever truly disappearing, just slipping from one shadow into another while you chased the wrong reflection. My radio clicked. "Unit 3, copy, Marty." "Go," I said. "Fire panel just threw a supervisory fault on zone B7. "Where SB7? Lena asked, close enough that her voice carried to my mic. Marty answered immediately. "North Cinema Wing Service Hall. Same side as Vera, just farther down. Sprinkler tamper or valve issue." Lena and I stopped at the same time. The north entrance was another 100 yards ahead. The old Cinema Wing Service Hall was behind a set of beige double doors off the corridor to our right. "He's moving us again," I said. "Or it's a real building issue," Lena said. "If a sprinkler line gets compromised, we've got a whole different emergency." Marty cut in. "And I just lost north entrance camera." That made the decision for us. Lena swore quietly. "We're not walking blind into the entrance if we can't see who's waiting there." "You think the cops aren't there?" I asked. "I think I don't know who's there." We changed direction and cut right toward the cinema wing. The old theater had closed 3 years earlier. The mall never figured out what to do with the space, so the front had been papered over with giant vinyl ads for shops that no longer existed, while the back corridors stayed live because the utility lines still ran through them. I'd only been in the service hall twice before, both times with maintenance. It was narrower than the main basement corridors and uglier somehow. All patch-painted drywall and exposed conduit, with a smell like mildew trapped under industrial cleanser. The double doors were propped open with a yellow wet floor sign, not one of ours. Lena saw it too. He's leaving breadcrumbs. Yeah, we went through. The service hall bent left almost immediately. On the right was a locked electrical closet. On the left, a short corridor led to a stairwell down to the loading bay. Straight ahead, farther in, was the old cinema service door with a crash bar and a chain through the handles from the outside. I knew the layout because Marty had complained about kids trying to break in there 2 weeks ago. The emergency strips along the baseboard were on, but one flickered every few seconds, enough to make shadows pulse. "Check in," Lena said quietly. I keyed the radio. "Marty, we're in B7 hall. Any updates?" Static washed over the reply. Then, "Copy part of that north, say again." Nothing. Lena and I looked at each other. Then we heard it, not far, maybe 30 feet ahead. A soft rubber wheel sound rolling over concrete. I raised my flashlight. At the bend in the hall, half in shadow, stood a mannequin. Not from Vera. This one was male, glossy white, headless, wearing a camel overcoat over a sweater from some menswear store. It was mounted on a wheeled display base. It blocked half the corridor. Neither of us spoke for a second. Then Lena said, very level, "Okay, that's new." The back of my neck prickled. "He moved it here, obviously, recently." She flashed her light past it. "Can't see beyond." There were scuff marks on the floor around the base, fresh. The kind I'd seen in the basement. I felt a stupid surge of relief at that. Physical evidence. Something you could point to, something a person had done. Then the mannequin rolled an inch, just an inch, not by itself. I saw the reason a split second later, a nylon line, nearly invisible in the flashlight glare, stretched from the base into the darkness beyond the bend. "Trip setup," I said. Lena's light tracked the line. "No, pull line." As if on cue, the mannequin yanked hard sideways, slamming into the wall with a crash loud enough to punch the air out of the hall. We both flinched, and from deeper inside, a door banged open. "Move," Lena snapped. We went around the toppled mannequin at the same time, almost tangling feet, and hit the bend fast. At the far end of the hall, a man in a dark t-shirt and jeans was shoving through the stairwell door down to loading. No hoodie now. Light-skinned, average build, short hair. Mid-30s maybe. The same face shape from the camera still. "Security," Lena shouted. "Stop." He looked back once. Not panicked, measuring. Then he disappeared down the stairs. We ran. This is the part where in movies people fly downstairs 2, 3 steps at a time, and somehow never miss. Real life is noisier and uglier. My bad wrist barked when I hit the rail. Lena's shoulder clipped the cinder block wall. The stairwell amplified everything, our feet, our breathing, the slam of the door below. I could smell old dust and hot metal and the rank, sweet edge of my own sweat under the blazer. "Police are on site," Lena yelled as we descended. "You're making this worse." No answer. We burst into the loading bay corridor at the bottom. The air down there was cooler, and it carried diesel and damp cardboard and the mineral smell of concrete that never fully dries. Dock doors lined the left side. On the right were storage rooms and service cages. Fluorescents overhead were out, except every third fixture on battery backup. So the corridor came in dim, bright strips that made distance hard to judge. Footsteps echoed ahead. "He's going toward receiving," I said, which meant toward the area where Marty had been earlier, and beyond that the access to Vera's back corridor and half the utility spine of the building. "He knows the routes," Lena said. We gained maybe 10 feet on him at the next intersection, enough to see him cut left around a pallet of shrink-wrapped bottled water. He moved like somebody who'd been in service spaces before, fast but efficient, not wasting motion, not crashing into things unless he meant to. He grabbed a red fire extinguisher off the wall as he ran. "Hey," I shouted stupidly, because some part of me thought naming the act mattered. He spun and hurled it, not at Lena, at me. I got my arm up, but too late. The metal cylinder hit my left forearm and glanced off my ribs. Pain burst white and hot. I slammed into the wall, lost my flashlight, and went down on one knee hard enough to scrape through the uniform pants. Lena kept moving. "Daniel, I'm up," I lied. She didn't stop. Good. If she had, he'd have bought the gap he wanted. I pushed off the floor, grabbed my flashlight with my good hand, and stumbled after them, every breath now catching on the sore spot under my ribs. At receiving, the corridor opened into a broad concrete space with 2 loading docks, a cage for high-value deliveries, and a maintenance cart parked crooked beside a floor scrubber that smelled faintly of chemical soap. Overhead, the dock doors were shut, but one of them rattled in its track from the building pressure. Lena and the man were circling opposite sides of the scrubber. He had something in his right hand now. For one awful second, I thought gun. Then my beam hit it. Bolt cutters. He must have grabbed them off the maintenance cart. "Drop it," Lena barked. He juked left instead of answering, trying to cut through the gap between the cart and the supply cage. Lena lunged and caught the back of his shirt. The fabric stretched. He twisted, bringing the bolt cutters around not in a full swing, but a short, brutal jab meant to create space. They hit her in the side of the head. Not a killing blow, the handle more than the jaws, but enough. She went down to one hand, stunned. I hit him from the side without finesse, shoulder to chest, because I had no speed left for anything cleaner. We crashed into the cage hard enough to ring the chain link. The bolt cutters fell, clanging away. Up close, he smelled like sweat and machine oil. Not booze, not meth. His breath came fast but controlled. He drove an elbow into my sore ribs, and my body folded around the pain. Then he shoved off me and ran again, toward the Vera service corridor. "Lena, I'm fine," she said, which clearly wasn't true. Blood was already threading down from her hairline near the temple, dark in the emergency light. She pushed herself upright one-handed, eyes focused, but angry now in a way that scared me more than panic would have. "We do not lose him," she said. "We didn't have much choice." Behind us, radios were still mostly static. The north entrance might have police, or might not. Marty was out of contact. The man had just escalated from evasion to assault. If he got back into the public corridors with the lights half down, he could disappear again or hurt somebody responding in. We went after him. The corridor into Vera's back hall narrowed the field, which was the only reason we had a chance. He couldn't break line of sight as easily. I could hear him ahead, shoes slipping once on polished service tile, then correcting. He was tiring. So were we. He cut through the unlocked side door into Vera. Of course he did. I hit the frame second after Lena, and the smell of perfume and fabric and overheated wiring rushed over us again, weirdly strong after concrete and diesel. Emergency lighting inside the store was worse than the corridor. Pockets of amber, deep shadow between racks, mirrors catching broken strips of light and making the space look bigger than it was. The mannequins near the grill were exactly where Marty had seen them, 5 of them in a semicircle facing outward, leaving a gap at the center like a stage entrance. For half a heartbeat, I got the old false impression again that they had moved while I was looking somewhere else, that they were closing in by fractions. Then my beam caught the real mechanics. Fishing line, thin monofilament anchored from 2 mannequin bases to a display table leg, stretched at shin height through the semicircle gap. Trap, I shouted. Lena was already veering, but the floor betrayed her before the line did. Somebody had sprayed cleaner across the tile in a broad, slick sheen that looked dry under the low light. Her boot hit it. She went down hard on her injured side, skidding into the base of a mannequin and knocking it over with a crack. Ann came out from behind the cash wrap. He'd been waiting. He launched himself toward the front grill, not us, toward the padlock. That told me everything I needed. He wasn't trying to kill us. He was trying to get out through a route he controlled after making sure we couldn't follow cleanly. He had a key ring in his hand, not ours. Smaller, store use maybe stolen off somebody. And he jammed one into the padlock while Lena fought to get traction on the wet tile. I went straight at him. No plan. Just momentum and pain, and the knowledge that if he got the grill up even a foot, he'd be gone into a 3-level maze again. We hit the gate together. Metal rattled. The key snapped off in the lock with a tiny, sharp ping. He swore and drove his forehead into my face. Not cinematic, not clean, just a burst of light and nausea and the wet, immediate taste of blood in my mouth. I held on anyway. He was stronger than I'd expected, or maybe just less hurt. Slammed against the grill, both of us slipping. A mannequin arm broke underfoot with a brittle pop. Somewhere behind me, Lena was up again, breathing hard. The man got one hand to my throat and shoved. I stumbled back 2 steps, heel catching on the fallen mannequin. He turned and bolted toward the stockroom instead. Cut him off, Lena shouted. I couldn't. Not fast enough. My nose was pouring blood, one eye already watering shut. Lena limped after him with a speed I knew she would pay for later. The stockroom door banged open. Then came a different sound, a metallic slam, heavy. Lena stopped short at the threshold. Daniel, she said, and there was something in her voice I hadn't heard all night. Not fear exactly, more like disgust that the worst option had just become the real one. I reached her and looked in. The stockroom was empty. At the far end, the service door to the corridor stood closed. Across it, dropped from the inside of the frame, was the steel security bar stores used during deliveries when they wanted to keep the door cracked but controlled. Someone had rigged it earlier with a wedge and line. When he passed through, he'd yanked it down behind him. He'd sealed us in. For one useless second, I just stared. Then I moved, grabbing the bar with both hands and hauling. It didn't budge. My injured arm screamed. The wedge had jammed it tight into the brackets. Back up, Lena said. She picked up a metal garment rack and drove one end against the bar like a lever. It shifted maybe half an inch, no more. He planned this, I said, breathing too hard. He planned the route, the delays, all of it. Yeah, she said. Sweat had pasted hair across the blood on her temple. I'm caught up on that part. My radio burst into life, so suddenly we both jumped. Respond if you copy. Fire alarm activation, Zone B7 and Vera Retail. Sprinkler flow detected, Marty. Faint but there. Then, almost immediately, a bell began to ring overhead. Once, twice. Then the full fire alarm took the store. The sound was brutal in the enclosed space, a mechanical clamor that bounced off mirrors and glass and metal racks until it seemed to come from everywhere. Red strobes began to pulse from the ceiling. A second later, water hit. Not a drizzle. A pressurized hammer from the sprinkler heads over the sales floor, exploding into white spray that instantly soaked displays, tile, our uniforms, everything. Perfume turned chemical and sharp in the wet air. The cleaner on the floor became a spreading slick. Fallen mannequins bobbed in the runoff like bodies in shallow surf, and that image lodged in my brain in a way I knew I'd never quite get rid of. He tripped the sprinkler, Lena shouted over the alarm. Why? To cover noise, cameras, prints pick one. The stockroom lights flickered under the surge load. Water was already pushing under the door into the back room. If the electrical in here went bad, if the fire doors released across the corridor, if the whole wing locked down under alarm protocol, we would not just be delayed, we would be trapped. Lena saw the same calculation land in me. Front grille, she said. The padlock's jammed. Then we take the gate off the track. That sounded impossible right up, until I realized it was the only thing left. We plunged back onto the sales floor under the sprinkler blast. Every step was work now. Wet shoes slipping on cleaner and water, clothes dragging heavy, my ribs stabbing every time I twisted. Lena nearly lost her footing again and caught herself on the cash wrap with a grunt that told me her knee or hip had gone bad in the fall. At the front grille, the padlock hung twisted, key nub broken off inside. The bottom track ran in a shallow channel in the tile. Flashlight, Lena said. I gave it to her. She got down into the runoff and shined the beam at the lower corner assembly. There, she said, retaining pin. I saw it. A steel peg through the side bracket. Pull that. Maybe the grill corner would jump the track enough to force a gap. Need leverage, I said. My eyes went to the fallen male torso mannequin from the central display. For one insane second, I almost laughed. All night, these things had been the shape of the threat, and now one of them was just a hard plastic tool. I grabbed it by the metal support rod and jammed the rod under the retaining pin. Lena braced the grill with both hands. On 3, she said. We heaved. Nothing. Again. The pin moved a fraction. Again. My arm felt like it was on fire. Lena's face had gone gray under the blood and water. One more, she said through clenched teeth. We put everything into it. The pin tore free. The lower corner of the grill jumped half an inch, then an inch. Lena got her fingers under the frame and hauled upward with a sound I never want to hear from another human being again, part effort, part pain, part rage. I jammed the mannequin rod into the gap, then my shoulder under the grill. Metal bit into my back. It rose maybe 18 inches, not enough to stand, enough to crawl. Go, I said. You first. You're bleeding all over the place. Go. This was the point where someone does the noble refusal in a movie. We didn't have the breath. Lena went, dropping flat and wriggling through into the corridor, then turning immediately and grabbing the grill from the other side. Together, We got it up another inch, enough for me to drag myself under, blazer catching and tearing at the shoulder before I came free onto the tile outside. We lay there for maybe 2 seconds, drenched and gasping under the alarm, before both scrambling clear as the grill slammed back down. Inside the store, water kept pouring. The mannequins that were still upright stood under the sprinklers in their soaked clothes, heads turned wherever they'd last been positioned. No mystery left in them now, just objects in a ruined store. But I knew that wouldn't matter later, not when I closed my eyes. "Marty," Lena rasped into her radio. "Subject assaulted us, fled through Vera service corridor. Sprinklers active. We're outside store. Need police and medics now." This time the reply came clean, clear enough to hurt. "Copy. Officers are inbound to your corridor. Stay put." But staying put was already off the table, because from somewhere down the public hall beyond the bend, through the alarm and the strobes and the wash of sprinkler noise, came the crash of a service door forced open and the ragged pounding of feet running hard. Not ours, not Lena's, not Marty S. The man was still moving, and even though the fight had already cost us blood, breath, and the last of whatever calm we'd started the night with, we had done the one thing that mattered. We had stopped him from controlling the board. He wasn't invisible anymore. He was just a man, hurt and cornered and running out of prepared ground. That was enough. Not enough to feel good. Not enough to erase the image of the mannequins under the water, or the way the store had sounded when the alarm hit. But enough to know this was going to end one way or another, in the open, with real bodies and real consequences. Lena got one knee under her and stood. I followed slower, one hand to my ribs. We looked at each other. No speeches, no bravado, just the shared recognition that everything after this was going to hurt more. Then we turned toward the sound of the running footsteps and went. The alarms didn't stop right away. They kept hammering the air even after the first set of blue lights strobed through the north corridor, even after voices layered over the noise, firm, clipped, human. The kind of voices that didn't ask what was happening so much as assume they were already in charge of it. "Police. Security, where are you?" Lena raised a hand and stepped into the intersection, water still dripping off her sleeves. "Here." 2 officers came around the bend at a fast walk, hands up, but not yet on their weapons. Both wore body cams, both already wet from the sprinkler mist that had crept out into the corridor. "Who's injured?" one of them asked. "We both are," Lena said, which was technically true and practically an understatement. She pointed past me. "Suspect went that way. Male, mid-30s, no hoodie now, bolt cutters earlier, likely still in the building." "Anyone else inside?" the second officer asked. "Negative," I said. "Maintenance in control, but comms are spotty." "Okay, you 2 step back. EMS is coming up. We'll take the lead." It was said cleanly, no edge to it, but it landed like a door closing. The job we'd been doing for the last hour, the one that had gotten personal, whether we wanted it to or not, was no longer ours. Lena nodded. "Copy." I didn't argue. I didn't have anything left in me to argue with. They moved past us with purpose, splitting at the next intersection, one angling toward the cinema wing, the other toward the escalators. Their radios crackled with updates from someone downstairs, coordinating a perimeter. Units in place at south and west exits. Locking exterior doors where possible. Copy. Sweep teams forming. Watch your footing, wet floors. The language shifted the air. not less tense, just more structured. Lena leaned back against the wall for a second, eyes closed, breathing through her nose like she was trying to get a handle on something that wasn't pain exactly, but lived close to it. "You okay?" I asked. She opened one eye, looked at me, then let out a breath that might have been a laugh in a different context. "I got hit in the head with bolt cutters, Daniel. How do you think I am?" "Fair," I said. Blood had dried in a dark line down the side of her face, but the bleeding itself had slowed. Her right leg, hip, or knee, she was favoring it now that she wasn't chasing someone. "You," she said. "My arm's going to be useless tomorrow," I said. "Ribs are present," she nodded. "We look like hell." "Yeah." We stood there while the alarm kept going and the building kept shedding water, and whatever order it had left. EMS showed up a minute later, 2 of them with a kit bag, and a look that said they'd already been told enough to expect a mess. "Which one of you is Mercer?" one of them asked. "Me, Sid," I sat. They worked quickly, gloves on, light in the eyes, fingers probing the ribs just enough to confirm nothing was shifting in a way that would mean something worse. "Likely bruised or cracked," the medic said. "We'll get you imaging to be sure." "Wrist. Sore," I said. He rotated it gently. Pain flared, sharp but contained. "Sprain at least. Keep it supported." They moved to Lena next, cleaning the cut at her temple with something that stung enough to make her jaw tight. "Concussion possible," the other medic said. "Any nausea? Dizziness?" "I'm standing," she said. "That's not the same thing as being fine." I didn't say I was fine. They taped her up, checked her pupils again, asked the same questions twice in slightly different ways. Procedure, making sure she answered consistently. While they worked, more officers filtered through the corridor. Some headed toward the cinema wing, others toward the food court. Radios overlapped in bursts of controlled chaos. "Negative on subject at north exit. South corridor clear. Check the basement again. He's used that route before." Each call tightened something in my chest, because with every clear, the mall got bigger again. More space for him to be somewhere we weren't looking. Marty finally made it down to us 10 minutes later, breathless and damp, his shirt half untucked. "You two look like you got put through a washer," he said. "Feels about right," Lena said. "What the hell happened?" I opened my mouth, then closed it again. "Where do you start with something like that?" "With the part where your cameras went out," Lena said instead. "And someone used it." Marty scrubbed a hand over his face. "I'm gonna have a lot of explaining to do." "Yeah," she said. "You are," he nodded, accepting it. "They've got units sweeping every level," he said. "Doors are locked down. If he's still inside, he's not walking out easy." "If," I said. Marty looked at me. "You think he's already gone?" "I think he planned exits as carefully as entries," I said. "And he used us to open space for him." Lena didn't disagree. That was worse than her arguing. They found him 23 minutes later. Not in Vera, not in the cinema wing. In a service closet behind the closed arcade on the west side, the one we'd passed earlier without checking, because the door had been locked from the outside, and the sign on it said "out of order" in permanent marker. He pried the hinge pins out from the inside. They said he didn't fight when they opened it. Just stood there with his hands visible and said, "About time." I didn't see the arrest. I heard it over the radio. "Subject in custody. No further threats." The words didn't feel like relief the way I expected them to. More like a release of pressure that left something hollow behind. Lena sat on a plastic chair someone had dragged over from a kiosk, her head tipped back against the wall, eyes closed again. "Hey," I said. "They got him." She opened her eyes. "Good. Yeah," she nodded once, then looked past me toward Vera. From where we were, you could see the front grille still down, water still leaking out from under it in a steady thin sheet that ran along the tile and into a floor drain. "What did he do in there?" she asked. I thought about the mannequins arranged in that semicircle. The lines, the slick floor, the way he'd moved through the space like he'd already rehearsed it. "Controlled it," I said. "That's not an answer. The only one I've got." She didn't push. Statements took longer than the chase. They always do. We were separated for that part. Different officers, different corners of the now damp, echoing mall, each of us telling the same story from slightly different angles. Name, age, employment. Walk me through it from the moment you noticed something unusual. What exactly did you see? What exactly did you hear? At what point did you feel the situation escalated beyond a standard security issue? Did the subject say anything to you? Did you use force? Did he? The questions were precise, neutral, designed to build a timeline that would hold up later when everything was written down and picked apart. I stuck to what I knew, what I'd seen, what I'd heard. I left out the parts that didn't translate cleanly. The sense of being watched in a place that should have been empty. The way my brain kept trying to make the mannequins into something more than plastic and pose. The fraction of a second impressions that you couldn't prove, even to yourself. That was the thing about it. Nothing he'd done required anything supernatural. Not really. Casters under display bases, monofilament lines, cleaner on tile, knowledge of camera blind spots. It was all explainable. And still, the officer taking my statement tapped his pen against his notepad. "You mentioned the mannequins being moved multiple times." "Yes." "Could you confirm that visually each time, or was it?" "I saw the end result," I said. "I didn't see them move on their own." He nodded, satisfied. "Okay." Satisfied with the answer, not with the feeling. We were at the hospital by 4. Nothing dramatic. No sirens, just a ride in the back of a transport unit that smelled faintly of antiseptic and vinyl. X-rays confirmed what the medic had guessed. No breaks. Deep bruising along my ribs. A sprained wrist. Lena got a mild concussion diagnosis and strict instructions about rest. She immediately started planning how to ignore. They gave us both painkillers and paperwork. By the time we were discharged, the sky outside had shifted from black to that washed-out gray that comes just before sunrise, when the world looks like it's deciding whether to start over or not. We stood in the parking lot for a minute before parting ways. The mall loomed behind us, lights still on in places where they shouldn't have been. A few maintenance trucks parked at odd angles near the loading bays. It looked almost normal. That was the worst part. "Hey," Lena said. "Yeah," she hesitated, which wasn't like her. "You did good," she said finally. It wasn't praise. Not really, just acknowledgement. "You too," I said. She snorted. "I got knocked on my ass and nearly ate tile in a dress store." "You still got back up," she shrugged. "That's the job." We stood there another second. "You gonna come back tonight?" I asked. "Doctor says I shouldn't," she said, "which means I probably won't." I nodded. "Same," a pause. "Daniel," she said. "Yeah. Next time you think something's off, something small, don't let anyone talk you out of checking it." "I didn't," I said. She gave me a look. "Not fast enough," she said. She wasn't wrong. I slept for 3 hours, maybe. It didn't feel like sleep so much as dipping under and jerking back up every time my brain replayed the wrong part of the night. The fall of the trays, the impact of the extinguisher, the sound of the alarm hitting in Vera. And the mannequins, always the mannequins, not moving, never actually moving, but never quite where I expected them to be when I looked back. I went back to the mall 2 days later, not for a shift, for a follow-up with management and a final round of statements. The damage in Vera had been contained. Sprinklers had soaked half the inventory. The floor was clean now, the slick gone, the smell of cleaner replaced by that generic post-incident scent, industrial disinfectant and damp fabric. They'd put the mannequins back. Of course they had. Back on their platforms, back in their poses. Different clothes now, new arrangement, normal. I stood outside the grill for a second longer than I needed to. Mercer, Marty. He came up beside me, hands in his pockets, looking older than he had 2 nights ago. "They're gonna rip out half the camera system," he said. "Corporate's already on it." "Good. Guy we caught, former subcontractor, did electrical work here about a year ago. Knew the runs, knew which cameras dropped if you hit the right junction boxes. That tracked." "Why Vera?" I asked. Marty shrugged. "Still sorting that out. Might be inventory, might be something else. He's not talking much yet." I nodded. Marty said, "About the alarms, the cameras. It's not all on you," I said. He gave me a look that said he didn't entirely believe that, but he appreciated the effort. We stood there for a second. "Going back to nights?" he asked. "Yeah," I said, "sure about that." I looked through the grill. At the mannequins. At the way the overhead lights caught their faces just enough to make them seem more detailed than they were. "I know what I'm looking at now," I said. Marty nodded. "That helps." "Yeah, it did." Mostly, I turned to go. Then, because I couldn't quite stop myself, I glanced back one more time. The mannequins were exactly where they should be, arranged in a neat line, facing inward toward the store, except one of them, just one, near the back. Its head was angled slightly toward the front, toward me. Not a big difference. Not enough that anyone else would notice. Could have been set that way by the display team. Probably was. I stood there a second longer, waiting for the feeling to settle into something solid. It didn't. It never quite does. Then I walked away. That's tonight's story. If it gives you chills, make sure to subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and tap the bell so you never miss what's coming next. And if you're still brave enough, there are more dark tales waiting for you right here on the channel. Go watch another, if you dare. You're listening to Mia Horror Stories, and today's story is Night Shift at the Blood Bank. The donors aren't human. The screen will stay completely black, letting your imagination do all the work. No visuals, no noise, just a story that creeps under your skin. Don't skip a second, because every detail builds to the chilling end you won't want to miss. The first thing that went wrong was so small, I almost fixed it without thinking. The label printer at Station 3 spat out a donor sticker with no pulse field. Not blank, exactly. The barcode was there, the collection number was there, the blood type placeholder, the date, the site code. But where the software usually printed the donor's heart rate from intake, there was just a hard white gap in the middle of the sticker, like the machine had swallowed one line and moved on. I peeled it off with 2 fingers and held it under the task light. The room smelled the way blood centers always smell after midnight: disinfectant, burnt coffee, the faint coppery tang that never quite settles on one thing. Not fresh blood, processed blood, plastic tubing warmed by hands, alcohol swabs torn open and dropped into bins. The HVAC kicked on overhead with a tired groan, and for a second, The fluorescent lights gave that thin insect buzz they do when the building is half asleep. I told myself it was the printer. That was the kind of conclusion night shift taught you to reach first. Printer, sensor, bad sync. Somebody forgot to dock the intake tablet. Still, I stood there a beat too long with the label stuck to my glove, looking at the white gap where a number should have been. Out in the donor room, I heard one of the recliners settle back with its hydraulic sigh. Then a laugh, too loud for the hour, clipped off fast like somebody remembered where they were. I tossed the label in confidential waste, pulled up the donor record, and saw the pulse field on screen. 41. I stared at that now instead. Lena, a voice called from the other side of the partition. You got my cross-check. I'm doing it. Then do it faster. I'm aging in public. I grabbed the bag paperwork and headed through the swinging half door into collections. My name is Lena Morales. I was 29 that winter, living alone in a one-bedroom on the south side of Milwaukee, with a rent increase folded inside a magnet on my fridge, and exactly $412 in checking until Friday. I worked nights at a regional blood center because nights paid a differential, because lab work felt cleaner to me than people most days, and because after my mother's second knee surgery, she stopped pretending she could keep her duplex without help. I told everyone I liked the quiet. That was partly true. The part I didn't say out loud was that I liked working where everything had a protocol. Tubes had colors. Units had temperatures. Mistakes had forms. I had spent enough of my life around sudden, messy decisions to worship anything with a checklist. Station 3 was occupied by Mara Kim, who was in the middle of taping down a line with the kind of irritated precision that suggested she'd already had a full shift before this one started. Mara was 36, Korean American, compact and fast, with dark hair twisted into a clip that never held by 2 in the morning. She was the charge phlebotomist on nights, and the sort of person who could start an IV in a moving elevator if you handed her gloves first. She did not waste words unless she was making them count. You look like the printer told you your future, she said without looking up. It skipped the pulse field. Yet here we both are. I handed her the corrected sticker. Intake says 41. That made her glance up. Athlete. I looked toward the recliner. The donor had a blanket over his lap, though the room was warm. Mid-30s maybe. White male. Clean work boots, dark jacket zipped to the throat, one hand resting palm down on the armrest, while blood moved through the tubing in steady dark surges toward the collection bag rocking beneath him. Nothing dramatic. Nothing movie strange. Just a tired guy donating after hours. Doesn't look like one, I said. Mara pressed the label onto the bag and smoothed it with her thumb. Sometimes the long-haul bikers come in with rates in the 40s. Sometimes people are weird. Did he pass screening? I didn't do intake. Then God loves you. The donor smiled without showing teeth, like he'd heard that, and decided not to take offense. His eyes slid to me and stayed there a second longer than was comfortable. Is there a problem? He asked. His voice was mild. Educated, maybe. Hard to place. Not local exactly. Not strong enough to pin anywhere else either. No, I said. Just a label issue. He nodded once. Machines get tired. I might have let it go at that if he'd looked away like a normal person. Instead, he kept watching me, not flirtatious, not aggressive, just attentive in a way that made me suddenly aware of my own posture, my badge clipped crooked to my scrub top, the smear of toner on my glove. Behind me, the double doors from the hallway gave their heavy metal thunk. Darnell Price came in carrying a paper cup with a gas station lid and the draft of cold air from the vestibule. Darnell was 44, black, broad-shouldered, and soft-spoken, retired Army according to the rumors he never corrected, and the only overnight security guard in the building who could walk through a room without making anybody jump. He wore his blazer open over a gray polo, flashlight clipped to his belt, reading glasses low on his nose. "Front lot camera, freezing again," he said. "You ladies got a secret blizzard I don't know about. Take it up with God," Mara said. "He's not answering facilities calls either." He sipped his coffee, then noticed the donor in Station 3 and gave the quick, polite nod security people perfect from years of being observed while they observe back. We had a handful of donors in the room, fewer than usual. A college kid asleep with his mouth open under the TV mounted in the corner. A middle-aged woman in a Marquette sweatshirt squeezing her stress ball like it owed her money. Another man, 2 chairs down from Station 3, filling his bag with the stillness of somebody sitting through a delayed flight. Soundscape was all familiar. TV low with closed captions rolling under a muted weather map, centrifuge humming beyond the wall, wrappers crinkling at the snack cart, the occasional beep from a monitor that always made my shoulders lift before my brain caught up. Routine is persuasive. It can talk you out of things your skin notices first. I went back to processing with the paperwork, logged the collection, and told myself the missing pulse line meant nothing. I told myself 41 meant nothing. I told myself that the brief bloom of unease I'd felt when the donor said machines get tired came from being on my third straight overnight and not from anything worth respecting. The calm part of the shift arrived around 1:15, the dead zone between walk-ins and the mobile drive couriers. Mara did post donation checks. I reconciled inventory. Darnell made his rounds through the lobby and the side loading entrance. For 12 whole minutes, nothing happened except work. The kind of work people imagine is boring until they rely on it. I was scanning segment numbers when the intake tablet at desk 2 chirped for attention. One new donor record had entered the queue. That by itself was mildly annoying, not alarming. We technically stopped standard donor intake at 1 a.m. on weeknights, but special appointments happened. Hospital staff getting screened late, directed donors with paperwork, occasional collection overflow from partner drives. The unusual part was that no one had buzzed the front desk from the vestibule, and Darnell hadn't called back to say anyone was there. I opened the record. The last name hit me first because I had just processed it 20 minutes earlier. Vance, different first name, same birth year, same address down to the apartment number, same emergency contact. Under the field for previous donations, the software showed no conflicts, no flags. It was as if 2 different men with the same face on paper had booked back-to-back appointments, and our system saw nothing odd about it. I leaned closer to the screen. Maybe brothers, twins, shared address. Not impossible. Then I checked the ID image uploaded at intake. The photo had loaded sideways, washed a little pale by the scanner. But even before I rotated it, I felt my stomach go tight. It was the man in Station 3. Same high cheekbones, Same dark jacket collar visible at the bottom edge of the frame. Same calm expression, as if he had taken the photo already knowing that anyone looking later would doubt themselves first. I stood so quickly my stool wheels bumped the cabinet behind me. Mara. She was at the snack cart, explaining to the college kid that he needed to drink something other than black coffee before leaving. She looked over without alarm, which made me lower my own voice. Mara, come here a second. She came in with the faint impatience of someone expecting a software tantrum. I angled the monitor toward her and pointed. We already collected from this guy, I said. Now he's back in intake under a different first name. She squinted. That's the same photo. Looks like it. Could be a duplicate upload. With the same address and year of birth, Mara took the mouse from me and clicked through the fields faster than I could have. She had that nurse-adjacent gift of moving quicker the more serious something got. Her mouth flattened. Where's desk 2? Empty. You sure this isn't an old record surfacing late? The timestamp is now. She looked through the partition window into collections. Station 3 was empty. The recliner was still lowered. Tubing hung from the scale like a clear vine. The collection bag sat sealed and labeled in the tray, but the donor was gone. I turned so fast, I clipped my hip on the desk. The side room bathroom door stood open. Snack cart untouched except for one torn cracker sleeve. The man 2 chairs down from station 3 was still there, staring at the silent TV. College kid at the juice cooler. Marquette sweatshirt woman tying her scarf. No dark jacket. No work boots. Mara, I said. I can see that. Her voice had changed. Not panicked. Narrower. Darnell came through the hallway door just then, rubbing one hand over his jaw. Why's the outer vestibule open? Mara answered before I could. Did somebody just leave? I didn't see anyone. There was a donor in 3. One of your regular weirdos. No, I said, sharper than I meant to. He looked at me, then passed me to the monitor, then to the empty chair. What happened? I explained in pieces. Missing pulse line. Duplicate intake. Same face. Gone now. Darnell set down his coffee cup very carefully on the counter. Did he complete donation? Mara picked up the labeled bag and checked the volume. Nearly full. Then he shouldn't be sprinting anywhere. Doesn't mean he didn't. The obvious explanation was still there, and we all grabbed for it because that's what adults do in fluorescent buildings at 1 a.m. Clerical issue. Related donors. Bad ID scan. Guy felt faint and went to the bathroom or stepped out for air without telling anyone. Weird, rude, unsafe, but explainable. Then Darnell said, front camera froze at 0107. I looked at the system clock. 0123. Could he have slipped out before that? I asked. Not without crossing lobby. Maybe side exit. Alarm chirp. No one said the next part, which was that our building was not a maze. Not really. Small lobby, donor floor, processing, labs, break room, admin hallway, loading dock. A person could hide for a while if they wanted to, but not by accident, not bleeding from a near full donation. Mara turned the bag in her hands and frowned. This seal's wrong. Stepped closer. The clamp above the collection line had been closed, yes. Tubing heat sealed, yes, but not with our usual device. The pinch in the line was narrower, cleaner, almost surgical. You sealed this? I asked. No. Could the donor have done it? She looked at me like I'd asked if the donor had also balanced the petty cash drawer with his feet. Not with anything in this room. Darnell was already unhooking his flashlight. All right. Nobody wanders by themselves. Lena, you stay here. No. Both of them looked at me. word came out before I could soften it, and underneath, it was the old private shame I carried around like a hidden bruise. 2 years earlier, during a hospital externship I never finished, a patient had slumped off a phlebotomy chair after warning us he felt wrong. I had seen it coming in his face. I had still frozen for one useless second too long, waiting for someone older, louder, more certain to move first. He lived. He also cracked his orbital bone on a stainless stool. No one blamed me directly, which made it worse. Since then, I had built my life around competence and quiet, and not being the person who hesitated. "I'm not staying here while you two go looking," I said. I saw the record first. Mara studied me, reading more than I wanted her to. "This is a security issue. It's also a donor chain of custody issue," I said. "And if that bag was tampered with, it's a collections issue." Darnell exhaled through his nose. "Great. Love a team-building exercise." From somewhere deeper in the building came a metallic sound. Not loud, just a single knock, like a cartwheel tapping a doorframe. All three of us turned toward the dark back hallway at once. The lab side lights were on motion sensors after hours, so the corridor beyond the processing room fell away in alternating bands of dim and lit, pale rectangles on wax tile. At the far end, near the old storage coolers we barely used anymore, one of the sensor lights had just come on. No voice followed it. No footsteps. Just the hum of refrigeration and the thin electrical buzz you only notice when everyone in a room stops breathing at the same pace. Mara set the blood bag down. Darnell lifted the flashlight, but didn't switch it on yet. "We call MPD now," he said quietly. "Or we check that hallway first and make sure we're not about to report a donor passed out on the floor." Nobody answered right away, because that was the choice, plain as a line on a form. Call now and turn a maybe into an incident with reports, audits, supervisors dragged from sleep. All of us explaining why we let a donor walk out of a chair and why a sealed bag looked wrong. Or go look first, just 50 feet of hallway, one storage area, one rational answer waiting to make us feel stupid. The motion light at the far end clicked off, and still none of us moved. The light at the end of the hallway had clicked off, but none of us relaxed. It's strange how fast a building you know can stop feeling like yours. The same waxed floor, the same scuffed baseboards, the same laminated evacuation map by the fire extinguisher that you've walked past 100 times without reading. All of it suddenly rearranged itself into something that needed to be checked, accounted for, proven. Darnell finally switched his flashlight on, but kept the beam low, angled at the floor so it didn't glare off the glass. "We do this quick," he said. "We're not splitting up. If we see anyone, we call it in." "We should call now," I said. "And say what?" he asked, not unkindly. Man left chair and maybe went to the bathroom. Camera glitched. "I'll call them in 30 seconds if I see something that earns it." Mara picked up a box of gauze, as if she needed something in her hands, and nodded once. "We check, then we call." That should have settled it. It didn't, because as soon as we stepped into the hallway, the quiet changed. Not louder, not quieter. Different. The hum of refrigeration took on a rhythm I couldn't unhear, like a breath that wasn't ours. The motion sensor above us flicked on with a click that echoed farther than it should have. The air was colder back here, a steady chill from the storage coolers that always made my wrists ache under the thin cuffs of my gloves. I walked between them, close enough that my shoulder brushed Mara's sleeve once, and I didn't apologize. We passed the lab door, closed. The little window showed stainless counters, centrifuges at rest, racks of tubes waiting for morning staff. Everything in its place. Bathroom first, Darnell said. The single stall at the end of the short branch hallway was empty. Sink dry, paper towel dispenser full. No footprints on the tile, no scuffed marks like someone had stumbled in. Okay, Mara said quietly. So not here. Darnell moved on toward the storage coolers. The motion light there blinked back on, then steadied. The older units sat along the wall like white coffins with digital panels, most of them powered down. We replaced them last year, but never gotten around to hauling the old ones out. The closest cooler door stood slightly ajar, maybe an inch, just enough that the gasket didn't seal. That open? Darnell asked. No, I said immediately. Mara didn't answer. She stepped closer, her shoes whispering on the floor, and put 2 fingers on the handle. She didn't pull it open yet, she just felt it. It's cold, she said, colder than standby. Don't, I said. She looked at me, not annoyed, assessing. We need to check. I know, just what? Don't open the obvious thing. Don't confirm that something has changed. Darnell moved beside her. I'll do it. He opened the cooler. A wave of cold rolled out, the kind that hits the back of your throat and makes your teeth ache. Inside, metal racks gleamed. No units, no boxes, just empty rails and a faint smell that wasn't quite right. Not rot, not even blood exactly. Something sterile and metallic and sweet, like saline that had been left open too long. Darnell swept the light across the interior. Nothing. He closed the door. Next, he said. Second cooler was latched. The third was latched. The fourth had a smear on the handle. Mara saw it at the same time I did. She leaned in, squinting. Is that? I already had a gauze pad in my hand. I pressed it lightly against the smear and pulled back. Dark, not bright red, not fresh, dried enough to dull at the edges. Could be from earlier, I said, hearing how thin it sounded. We clean these at end of shift, Mara said. Day shift could have. We clean them. Darnell's jaw worked once. Open it. Mara unlatched the cooler and pulled. This one wasn't empty. It held 2 transport boxes, the kind we used to move units to hospitals. Gray plastic with blue lids, both sealed with tamper-evident tags. Both tags intact. Darnell checked the numbers on the tags, then looked at me. These supposed to be here? I shook my head. Not on this list. We had a courier at midnight. Next one isn't until 3. Could be staging, Mara said. Without logging it, I asked. She didn't answer that. She was already reading the tag numbers, then glancing toward the processing room as if she could see the inventory system through walls. Take pictures, Darnell said. I pulled my phone out with hands that felt steadier than they had a minute ago. Work steadied me. Tasks. Evidence. I snapped the tags, the boxes, the smear on the handle. When I looked up, the light at the far end of the hallway flicked on again. Not the one above us. The one past the storage area near the loading dock door. Did you see? I started. I saw it, Darnell said. We all listened. A soft sound followed. Not footsteps. More like something dragged a short distance and then stopped. The kind of sound that gets lost under normal noise and only stands out when everything else drops away. Loading dock, Mara said. That door's alarmed, Darnell said. It chirps in the office, I said. Not out here. Great, he muttered. He angled the flashlight down the hall. The beam cut through alternating patches of light and shadow, catching the edge of a rolling cart near the lab door, the dull shine of the floor, the metal push bar of the dock exit. "Stay behind me," he said. We moved. I kept counting steps without meaning to. 5 to the lab door, 8 to the corner, 12 to the push bar. The air got colder again as we approached the dock. Not just from the coolers, a draft. The kind you feel on your neck before you register why. The door wasn't open, but the push bar had a strip of red tape hanging from it, torn at one end. "Tamper seal." "Darnell," I said. He stopped a foot short of the door. "Yeah, that's from the inside." "I know." He pressed the bar slowly. The alarm didn't chirp. The door swung outward a few inches, then caught on something. Darnell leaned his weight into it and pushed harder. The door opened onto the loading bay, a concrete space lit by a single overhead fixture that made everything look flatter than it was. The dock plate was down. The outer roll-up door was closed. On the ground just outside the threshold sat a plastic bin. Clear, about the size of a small laundry basket. It was full, not of boxes, of sealed blood bags. Dozens of them, stacked and pressed against each other. Labels facing outward in a jumble that made my eyes hurt trying to sort it. Tubing coiled and clipped, each unit tagged. "Jesus," Mara said under her breath. I stepped forward before Darnell could stop me and crouched. "Don't touch," he said. "I won't." I didn't need to touch them to see what was wrong. The labels, they weren't ours. Not exactly. Same format, same fields, same barcode placement. But the font was off by a hair, the alignment slightly shifted. The pulse field, every single one of them was blank. I swallowed. These didn't come from our system. Mara crouched beside me anyway. "Check the types." I read the nearest labels. O negative, a positive, ob it's a mix. Expiration dates, within range. Darnell scanned the bay with his light. "Any vehicles?" "Outer doors closed," Mara said. "No truck, no footprints," he asked. "Concrete doesn't take prints the way tile does. It takes dust, moisture, oil." I leaned closer, looking for anything that broke the thin layer of grime. There were marks, not shoe prints, drag marks, like something heavy had been slid into place and then left. "Who would leave this here?" I said. "Someone who didn't want to come inside," Darnell said. "Or someone who already did," Mara added. My phone buzzed in my hand. I flinched hard enough that Mara shot me a look. "Sorry," I said, and glanced at the screen. The intake system had pushed another alert. Another new donor record. I didn't want to open it. I did anyway. Different last name this time. Different address. Same birth year as the others. Same emergency contact. The ID image loaded slowly, pixelating in strips before it resolved. Same face. My mouth went dry. "They're still coming," I said. Mara stood up. "What? Records, new ones, same guy, different names." Darnell's voice tightened. "How many?" "2 now, no 3. Another alert popped as I watched. 4. "Shut the intake down," Mara said. "I can't from here. It's on the front desk terminal." "Then we go back," Darnell said. "Now." We moved faster this time, not quite running, but close. The hallway seemed longer going back, the motion lights lagging just enough to make each step feel like we were moving into dimness and trusting it to catch up. As we passed the storage coolers, I glanced sideways. The 4th cooler, the one with the smear, was open. I stopped. "I closed that," Mara said, breath tight. "You did," I said. Darnell turned, saw it, and swore softly. "Don't." The smell hit us again. Stronger now. That same sterile, sweet note, layered over with something like plastic warmed too much. Inside, the transport boxes were gone. In their place, on the metal rack, lay a single blood bag, not in a box, not in a tray, just resting there. The tubing had been sealed the same way as the one from Station 3. Clean, narrow, the label faced outward, blank pulse field. Mara stepped closer despite herself. I know, I said. Darnell grabbed the cooler door and shut it hard. We're done here. Back to the floor. We didn't argue. Back in the donor room, everything looked exactly as we'd left it, which somehow made it worse. The college kid was gone, juice bottle half empty on the counter. The Marquette sweatshirt woman was at the front desk, talking to no one, frowning at the intake tablet like it had offended her. "Excuse me," she said as we came in. I signed in, and it just keeps refreshing. Mara stepped past me, voice already smoothing into customer mode. "I'm so sorry. We're having a small system issue. If you could just have a seat. It keeps giving me a different name," the woman said. "I type mine, it changes." Mara froze for half a second, then, "We'll take care of it." Darnell moved to the front desk and leaned over the tablet. I saw his shoulders go rigid. "Lena," he said. I went to him. The intake queue was full. Not 4, not 5, dozens, each with a different name, each with the same face, each time-stamped within the last 2 minutes. "They're not real appointments," I said, because saying it made it feel like a category we could file. "Then what are they?" Darnell asked. I didn't have a good answer. Mara turned from the donor and came to the desk. She looked at the screen, then at me. "Shut it down," she said again, quieter. "I need admin access. Then use mine." She rattled off her credentials. I typed them in, hands moving faster now, the way they did when something finally crossed the line from strange to urgent. The system hesitated. Then it froze. Not the whole computer, just the intake module. The queue stayed on the screen, names multiplying, the same face repeating in that washed-out ID photo over and over and over. Behind us, the door to the loading dock slammed. Not the soft catch of a door settling. A hard, metal bang that rattled the glass in its frame. The Marquette woman yelped. Darnell straightened, already moving. "Stay here." He didn't wait for agreement this time. Mara grabbed my wrist. "Call it in." I nodded, already pulling up my phone, dialing with fingers that felt like they belonged to someone else. "Milwaukee Police, what's your emergency?" I opened my mouth. From the hallway behind us came that same dragging sound, closer now. And under it, something else. A voice, not loud, not clear, more like a murmur carried along the tile, catching on corners. I couldn't make out words, but I knew the cadence, the way it rose at the end of a sentence, like a question you expected someone else to answer. I glanced at Mara. She heard it too. "Tell them everything," she said. I did. Because whatever this was, procedural failure, coordinated scam, someone inside playing games with our system, it had just stopped being something we could check first and explain later. And when I hung up, Darnell's flashlight beam cut across the hallway again and didn't come back. Darnell's flashlight cut once across the far wall of the hallway, a pale stripe over the laminated safety posters and the edge of the lab door, and then vanished as if someone had shut a lid over it. Not the beam dimming, not him turning a corner where I could still track the spill of light. Gone. Mara was already moving before I finished saying his name. The donor room opened into processing through the half door on the left. Straight ahead, the front desk faced the lobby and vestibule. To the right, a short corridor led back toward labs, storage coolers, the single-stall bathroom, and the loading dock. From where I stood, I could see the first stretch of that corridor, and nothing past the bend. The sound had come from there dragging, then the murmur, then the slam. The Marquette woman had backed away from the desk and was clutching her bag to her chest now, eyes going from me to Mara like we had stopped being staff and turned into something else. "What's happening?" she asked. "System issue," Mara snapped, too fast, then corrected herself. "Security's checking something in the back. Please stay in the main room." There was a bang. "I know," the woman's mouth thinned. "I'm leaving." "That's fine," I said. "Use the front lobby only. Do not go down the side hall." She didn't wait for more. She headed toward the vestibule in that stiff, quick walk people do when they're trying not to seem scared in public. Mara reached the hallway entrance and stopped dead. Darnell, nothing, caught up to her. My phone was still in my hand from calling 911. The dispatcher had said officers were en route, and then started asking building access questions I answered from memory. Main entrance off the lot, loading dock on the east side. No badge access required for police once security buzzed them through. My voice had sounded eerily normal while I spoke. It was easier to be useful to a stranger than to the room I was standing in. "Don't run in blind," I said. "I'm not." She sounded like she might anyway. We both looked down the hall. The motion lights were on now in sequence, one above us, one at the cooler bank, one dimly spilling from the loading dock corner. Enough to see the floor, enough to see the flashlight. It lay halfway between the lab door and the cooler alcove, on its side, beam pointing into the baseboard. A white crescent of light cut across the tile. No Darnell. A thud sounded from the lobby. I jerked around so hard my lower back locked for a second. It was only the outer vestibule door closing behind the Marquette woman, the explainable version of terror, the kind you should be grateful for. My heart didn't get the message. Mara let out a breath through her nose. "Great. Police will have to be buzzed in now," I said. "Then somebody needs to stay by the front. Or somebody needs to get Darnell before whatever made him drop that flashlight gets a second chance." We stared at each other. There it was again, that pressure point where decisions stopped being theoretical and started charging interest. The donor room behind us was down to one occupied chair. The quiet man 2 stations over from the vanished donor was still seated, but he wasn't donating anymore. Needle out, tape on his arm, staring forward with the blank, concentrated look of somebody trying to decide whether he was allowed to interfere in a problem that obviously wasn't his. Near the snack cart, the college kid's abandoned juice bottle sweated onto the counter. The muted TV rolled through weather maps with captions no one was reading. Mara made the choice. "You stay front," she said. "I'll get Darnell." "No, Lena, you don't know if he's hurt. You need another set of hands. I need someone to get the police in." I hated that she was right. I hated more that she knew it by the look on my face. Before I could answer, the quiet donor stood up. He was maybe 50, white, average build, denim work shirt under a winter vest. He moved carefully, like his knees hurt, and there was a cotton ball taped into the crook of his elbow. "Name S. Tom," he said. "Tom Weaver. I used to do maintenance at St. Luke's. If somebody's down back there, 2 people shouldn't handle it alone." "No," Mara and I said together. Tom held up his hands, not trying to be a hero, just saying, "I know what a head injury looks like, and if your security guy dropped hard, you'll need help." His voice was steady, practical. That made him more dangerous in a way, because useful people can talk you into bad ideas. "Please stay in here," I said, seriously. The intake tablet at the front desk chimed again. All three of us flinched. I looked over. The screen had gone black. Then, slowly, the sign-in page returned, not frozen anymore, not crowded with the repeating queue. Just the standard blue and white login with our blood center logo, and the polite prompt for government-issued ID. Mara saw it too. That's not possible. I moved to the desk and touched the screen. Responsive. Normal. The donor queue was empty. I checked the desktop terminal. Intake module closed completely. No records. No repeating names. Nothing in active check-ins except the donors we actually had. For one insane half-second, I wondered if we had all misread the screen in the same direction. Some shared stress hallucination induced by bad sleep and fluorescent lights, and a creepy vanished donor. Then I saw the printer tray. Fresh labels sat there in a neat, warm stack. I picked up the top one. No donor name, no collection number, just a barcode and a blank white rectangle where the pulse field should have been. Mara took it from me and swore softly. "Okay," she said. "Okay. New plan. Lock the lobby, keep everyone together, wait for police." A man groaned from one of the recliners. Not Tom, the college kid. He hadn't actually left. He was on the floor between Station 1 and the wall, half folded under the arm of the chair where we couldn't see him from the desk. I crossed the room in 3 steps and dropped beside him. He was conscious, but glassy-eyed, one hand on his forehead. Hey, look at me." He blinked up at me. Early 20s, pale, sweat along his hairline. I stood up too fast. That was so ordinary it almost made me laugh. "Did you hit your head? Chair arm, maybe?" There was a pink scrape above his eyebrow and the sour smell of someone about to vomit. Mara was on my other side instantly, fingers already finding his radial pulse. "You should have called out." "I did," he mumbled. "I think." I looked back toward the hallway. Still empty. This was the trap tightening in real time. Ordinary care duties, refusing to pause for the larger emergency. Someone always still needed juice, gauze, pressure, a chair brought upright. You don't get to suspend bodies because a building goes wrong around them. "Tom," Mara said without looking up, "bring apple juice and a basin." He did, which meant he was no longer a donor in the room, but part of us, whether I liked it or not. The college kid Evan, according to the chart clipped near his station, threw up once into the basin, hard and miserable. That bought us a few minutes of forced routine. Juice, recheck pulse, ice pack to the scrape, keep him seated upright, assess orientation. "Name?" Mara asked. "Evan. Where are you? Blood place." "Excellent, future doctor." He gave a weak laugh and then winced. I used the chance to grab the desk phone and buzz the lobby lock on, then called the dispatcher back to tell them the front vestibule had shut behind a departing donor, and responding officers would need someone at the glass. The dispatcher said units were close. Close is a useless word when you're measuring distance in hallway lights and dropped flashlights. Attempt 1, if I'm honest, was waiting. We told ourselves that was strategy. Secure the front. Stabilize the donor. Don't rush the back hallway until police arrive. For 4 minutes, it almost felt responsible. Then the processing room printer started up on its own. Not the intake label printer at the front desk. The specimen printer in processing, behind the half door. It ran fast. One label, then another, spitting them into the tray with that mechanical chatter that somehow sounded eager. Mara stood. "Watch him. I'm coming with you." She didn't argue this time. Processing sat immediately left of the donor room, separated by the swinging half door and a waist-high counter. Beyond it were our stainless prep tables, the desktop terminal, supply cabinets, and the back passage into the lab corridor. From the donor chairs, you could see the first bank of cabinets, and not much else. From the front desk, almost nothing. Mara pushed through first. I followed with one gloved hand still sticky from the apple juice can. The printer had filled the tray. Labels everywhere, fanned out onto the counter and floor. All the same format, all slightly wrong. I snatched one up. The blood type field had letters in it this time. Not A, B, OB, just a series of dashes. The unit number beneath it was 13 digits longer than any system we used. Mara checked the connected terminal. No print jobs in queue. So where are they coming from? She pulled the cable from the back of the printer. The machine kept printing. For a second, neither of us moved. Then Mara yanked the power cord from the wall. The printer died mid-label. Silence dropped in hard. "Okay," I said, breathing too fast now. "Okay." We looked at each other over the mess of labels scattered across tile. "Someone loaded those in," Mara said. "What? The templates? This isn't ghost crap, Lena. Someone changed something, spoofed the forms, rooted the printer, whatever. There's a system explanation." She was saying it for herself as much as for me. I needed her to keep saying it. And we heard Tom shout from the donor room. We ran back out. Evan had tried to stand and gone down again, taking the basin with him. Apple juice and vomit spread across the floor in a glittering slick. Tom had one arm under Evan's shoulders, trying to keep him from banging his head. And the front lobby lights were off. Not the donor room, not processing. Just the lobby beyond the glass, where the vestibule and front entrance sat in a rectangle of darkness. The emergency exit sign glowed green above the outer door. Everything else had gone black. "The hell," Mara said. I lunged to the front desk and hit the panel for the lobby lights. No response. Security monitor above the desk showed static on camera 1, the parking lot camera frozen on a frame of wet asphalt reflecting street lamp light. "Could be a breaker," Tom said from behind me. "Could be someone cut the lobby bank," I said. The outer door handle moved. All of us went still. Just a rattle at first, then a sharper pull, like someone outside trying it without a badge. "Police," Tom called hopefully. No answer. The handle moved again, slow, testing. I stepped closer to the glass despite every instinct not to. The lobby was dark enough that it reflected the donor room back at me. My own face over the chairs, Mara bent beside Evan, Tom hunched broad in the foreground. Beyond the reflection, a shape stood on the other side of the outer glass doors. Human height, coat, hat maybe. The shape lifted one arm. My skin prickled so hard it hurt. Then a flashlight flashed twice through the dark. Not police. Darnell's flashlight pattern, 2 quick bursts. He'd done it during weather drills when he didn't want to shout over alarms. "Mara," I said. She came up beside me, breathing hard from crouching with Evan. "Is that him?" "I think so." The shape outside lifted the arm again, tapped the glass with something metallic. Not trapped outside, I realized. In the vestibule, between the locked lobby door and the outer entrance. "How did he get there?" Mara whispered. That was the correct question. Because for Darnell to be in the vestibule, he had to either come through the lobby we had not seen him cross, or circle all the way around outside from the loading dock side, bleeding time we could not account for. Both were bad. One was impossible. He flashed the light again, then lowered it to a illuminate his own face through the outer glass. It was Darnell, or enough of him to pull us forward. Same blazer, same shoulders, glasses slightly askew, one side of his forehead darkened as if he'd bumped it. He pointed at the lock. "Open," Tom said. "No," Mara and I said together again, because even with his face right there, something was off. Too still. Not injured still. Posed still. Like he knew we needed to identify him and was giving us the version of himself that would close the distance. He tapped the glass once more, harder now. Then the speaker crackled. The intercom. Front desk to vestibule. A burst of feedback hissed through it so loud Evan moaned on the floor. Then Darnell's voice came through, thin and distorted. "Open up." Mara hit the talk button. "Where were you?" Silence, then, "Open up." "Say my name," she snapped. Another hiss. "Mara," my throat tightened. Too easy, too delayed, like someone reading off the back of a badge. "Lena," Mara said, barely moving her mouth. I knew what she meant. Verify visually. Another detail. I leaned close to the glass. "It's my last name." The figure in the vestibule didn't answer for 3 full seconds. Then, through the intercom, "Open the door." Tom swore behind us. Evan made a wet choking sound and rolled onto his side again. And just like that, the terrifying thing acquired a probable explanation, uglier and more human than anything else we'd considered. Someone had Darnell's jacket, Darnell's flashlight pattern, maybe even Darnell's access to the intercom, because they had been near him when he dropped them. Someone close enough to see our badges and hear our names. A person, not a phantom, which did not help much because a person could still break glass. Mara stepped back from the desk. "We move, front or back?" I asked. She looked toward Evan, toward Tom, toward the sealed donor room with one dark lobby at its face and one bad hallway at its spine. If we stayed in the donor room, we were boxed in by glass and one side corridor. If we went back, we risked the loading dock side and the unknown. There was one more option, barely one at all: the component lab. The lab sat off the back corridor behind a badged door, windowed but reinforced, with no exterior access and only one secondary exit into the records alcove. It wasn't meant as a safe room, but it had heavier doors, no public-facing glass, and a landline independent of the front desk. "Lab," Mara said. "We get everyone to the lab." That was attempt 2. We half-carried Evan between us, Mara on one side, Tom under the other arm, me moving backward ahead of them to clear carts and kick open the half door into processing. The route was ugly, but simple. Donor room through processing, right into the back corridor, past the dropped flashlight, badge into lab. 40 feet total, maybe 50. A stupidly short distance to feel impossible. The figure in the vestibule started banging the inner lobby door as soon as we moved. 3 hard strikes. Metal on glass. Not enough to break it. Enough to speed up everybody's breathing. "Don't run," Mara told Evan. "I'm trying not to die in a blood bank," he slurred. "Great goal. Keep walking." We got through processing, shoes slipping on stray labels. I swept them aside with my foot and nearly went down anyway. My shins were shaking from adrenaline, from lifting badly, from the long hours that had already happened before any of this started. The threshold to the back corridor, I saw Darnell's flashlight still on the floor, and beside it, something new. A smear on the tile leading toward the lab. Blood, not much. A handprint dragged at knee height across the wall. Tom saw it too. He made it this way. Or someone did, I said. We moved faster. The lab badge door was 10 steps ahead. Stainless window. Red access light. I dug my badge from my scrub pocket with fingers that wouldn't separate. Behind us, the banging from the lobby stopped. That silence was worse than the noise. Mara shifted Evan's weight. "Lena, I know." I slapped the badge. "Red again." "Red, come on," I muttered, and rubbed the badge strip against my scrub leg like that ever really helps. The corridor light above us clicked off, then on again. Somewhere behind us, from the direction of the donor room, came the soft squeal of the half-door swinging. Someone had entered processing. Tom looked back first. His face changed. "Go," he said. I badged again. "Green." The lock clicked. Mara shoved Evan through the opening so hard his shoulder hit the inner counter. Tom followed, turning sideways to drag him clear. I grabbed the door edge to hold it, and a hand caught the other side. Not Darnell S., paler, bare. Veins prominent under the skin, a strip of medical tape still stuck near the wrist, as if it had been peeled off too fast. The hand forced the door back 2 inches. 3. I saw part of a sleeve, dark jacket, same as the donor in Station 3. No face yet, just the pressure of someone leaning in from the corridor, quiet, methodical, stronger than I expected. Mara lunged from inside the lab and slammed a stool into the gap. The metal leg cracked against fingers. The hand vanished. The door snapped shut. I hit the manual bolt. It slid halfway and jammed. "What?" I yanked it again. Jammed. The electronic lock had engaged, but the dead bolt wouldn't set. Something in the frame was misaligned. Tom hauled a rolling stainless cart across the floor and wedged it under the handle. Mara shoved a centrifuge stand behind it for good measure. Evan slid down the cabinet and pressed both hands over his face. For one ragged second, we all just listened. Nothing at the door. No push. No voice. I bent over with my hands on my knees, lungs burning, and realized my right palm was wet. I'd sliced it somewhere on the badge reader or the cart edge. Blood slicked my glove inside out, warm and sticky. Mara noticed. "Sit, I'm fine, you're bleeding." So are we all, apparently. It came out uglier than I meant. She stared at me, then gave one tight nod. No time to be offended. The component lab was colder than the donor room. All steel counters and humming refrigerators, specimen racks, wall phone by the sink, emergency eye wash station in the corner, records alcove behind a half-height filing partition. No windows except the narrow safety glass in the door, and one interior pane facing the hallway. From where we stood, we could see only a sliver of corridor through it. Tom went to the wall phone and lifted the receiver. No dial tone. He looked at me. I didn't need him to say it. The trap had closed cleanly now. Front lobby compromised. Back corridor occupied. Security missing. Door partially secured, but not fully. Landline dead. And then the red alarm light over refrigerator unit 2 began to blink. At first, I thought it was one more electrical fault. Then the digital display beside it ticked upward. 6 degrees C, 7 degrees C, 8 degrees C. The unit held plasma slated for morning transfer. Mara crossed the room and checked the plug, then the breaker strip. No. What? Tom asked. She turned, face drained flat. Backup power to the cold chain is off. I understood before she finished. The refrigerators in this lab had strict temperature windows. Outside them, product viability started collapsing fast. Thousands of dollars in inventory, yes, but more than that, scheduled hospital shipments, surgeries, trauma reserves, neonatal stock. If the outage spread to the main storage bank, This stopped being a threat to 4 trapped people and became a live regional supply problem. How long? I asked. Depends which units lost backup. This one may be 20 minutes before we have to transfer. Less if the others go. Can we move it? Not with one secure path blocked, and God knows who in the corridor. The door handle moved once. Just once. Slow. All 4 of us turned. No banging now. No demand to open up. Just a measured test, as if whoever stood outside had all the time in the world and wanted us to know the door was still only a door. Mara looked at the warming refrigerator, then at the jammed deadbolt, then at the blood on my hand. This was the point where retreat ended, because we couldn't stay sealed in the lab and wait indefinitely anymore. Not with the cold storage failing and the back route controlled. In a matter of minutes, whether for our own safety or for the blood supply, we were going to have to leave this room and push deeper into the building to reach the main power and backup controls by the old storage corridor. The one place we now knew someone was using. The handle moved again, and Mara said, very quietly, "We have to go back out there." Mara said it quietly, but once she said it, the room changed around the sentence. We have to go back out there. No one argued. The refrigerator alarm kept blinking over Unit 2, red pulse against brushed steel. 9 degrees now. Maybe 10. The hum under the counters had turned uneven, as if the compressors were trying to decide whether to bother. Evan sat on the floor with his back to the cabinet, one arm draped over his stomach, face gray-green and damp. Tom stood by the dead wall phone, breathing through his mouth, shoulders set the way men set them when they realize being useful is going to hurt. I peeled off my bloody glove and wrapped my palm in gauze from the lab sink drawer. It wasn't deep, just messy. My hand still worked. That felt important enough to say aloud. "I'm fine." "You're not," Mara said. "I'm operational." She gave me one quick look that was almost a laugh and not at all funny. Then she turned practical again. "The backup controls are in the utility alcove off the old storage corridor," she said. "Past the coolers, left of the dock turn. If someone cut the cold chain relay there, we can bring at least part of the system back." Tom nodded. Most facilities put secondary shutoffs beside emergency power panels. If I can see the box, I can probably figure it out. "Probably," I said. He looked at me. "You want a guarantee you picked the wrong building?" Mara crouched in front of Evan. "Can you walk?" He swallowed. "Yeah, that's not what your face says. I can walk." He probably could. Not fast, not well, but adrenaline does ugly little miracles for a while. The problem was whether he would stay upright if the hallway turned into a fight. The door handle moved again. Just that tiny test. A reminder. Mara stood. "Okay, listen." Door opens into corridor. We push the cart first, hard to clear space. "Tom, you stay on Evan until he's moving." "Lena, you've got the flashlight. I'm on the stool." "The stool," I said. She hefted the rolling metal lab stool we'd used to smash the hand in the door. "I know how to swing this." There was no point arguing about weapons in a blood center at 2 in the morning. I picked up Darnell's flashlight from where Tom had set it on the counter. Heavy enough to matter. Its lens was scuffed. His glasses had left a tiny crescent of oil on the barrel. That detail landed in me harder than it should have. Tom wedged himself by the barricade. Ready? No one was. He moved the cart anyway. The first scrape of steel against tile sounded obscene in the quiet. Mara and I braced at the door. I slid the bolt back from its jammed half-catch and felt it resist, then give. My wrapped palm throbbed all the way up to my elbow. Mara counted under her breath. 1, 2, now. She shoved the door outward with her shoulder and slammed the stool through the opening. Tom kicked the cart after it. The corridor beyond was empty. Not clear, empty. Worse in some ways. The motion lights had gone out again, except for the one near the cooler bank, which left the middle section dim and the far end at the dock in a low industrial half-glow. The stool rolled, hit the opposite wall, and tipped over. No shout. No rush. No body falling back. Move, Mara snapped. We did. Tom hauled Evan by the elbow, practically dragging him through the door. I backed out last, flashlights sweeping the floor, the wall, the slim pane of the lab door window, as if something might suddenly appear in it from behind us. Nothing. Then the smell hit again. Cold metal, disinfectant, and that wrong sweetness underneath. From the cooler alcove, we passed the blood smear on the wall, darker now in the flashlight beam. One dragged handprint at knee height, one partial print lower down, like whoever made it had gone to the floor for a second and pushed themselves up again. Darnell, I said before I meant to. No answer came. The cooler doors loomed on our right, white and broad, their old digital panels dead, except one faint amber standby light. Straight ahead, the corridor bent left toward the utility alcove and dock control panel. Right led back toward the bathroom and admin branch. We kept left. Something clinked inside one of the coolers. Evan made a sound in his throat and tried to stop walking. Tom didn't let him. Keep moving, Mara said. Another clink. Then a soft thump like a plastic bag settling against metal. I swung the flashlight that way despite myself. Cooler 4 stood open again. The same one with the smear. Its interior racks were full now, not with transport boxes, with blood bags. Dozens of them hanging or piled, some clipped to rails, some wedged on shelves. Labels out. Blank pulse fields. Tubing curled like clear worms. In the beam, they looked black-red and almost glossy, each bag catching a different sliver of light. It was horrifying for exactly one breath before the brain started doing what it does under pressure, sorting details, assigning cause, making the nightmare a supply chain problem. They were not fresh off a body. No condensation from room temperature draw. No organized inventory. Some had tags from other centers. Some labels were photocopied. Some bags were overfilled, some half. Stolen stock, repacked stock, diverted product. The bin at the dock had been only the edge of it. Tom saw it too. Jesus Christ. Mara didn't stop. That's not the mission. She was right. But now we knew the shape of it. Not monsters. A trafficking operation, or hospital theft ring, or black market blood racket ugly enough that someone had learned just enough of our systems to hide it under routine. The title that had lived in my head since Station 3, the donors aren't human changed form. Not literal. Worse. These people treated donors like raw material, identities like replaceable labels, staff like obstacles inside a refrigeration map. At the bend, the utility alcove door stood open. Inside were the relay panel, backup battery cabinets, and the breaker bank for the cooler line. I knew the room only from inspections. Bare concrete. One fluorescent strip overhead. Shelves with spare filters and a stack of flattened shipping cartons. Big enough for 3 people if nobody minded each other's breath. And in the center of the floor lay Darnell, face down, one arm folded under him, blood dark in his collar and dried along his temple. His security blazer had been stripped off. He wore only the gray polo beneath. For a second, the hallway narrowed until all I could see was the shape of his body and the impossible stillness of his hand. Mara was there first, dropping the stool and going to her knees. Darnell. Tom got Evan against the wall and crouched too. I covered the corridor with the flashlight because somebody had to, because if I looked directly at Darnell before I knew whether he was dead, I was afraid that old frozen second in me would come back and own me all over again. Mara's fingers found his neck, stayed there, moved, pressed again. He's got a pulse. The air came back into my lungs so hard it hurt. Head wound, Tom said, leaning in. Maybe from behind. Help me roll him. We got him onto his back. He groaned once, low and involuntary. Glasses gone. One pupil looked sluggish in the light. Blood had matted his hair over the right side of his scalp, but the wound itself seemed more split skin than crushed bone. Bad, not immediately fatal. His left wrist was zip-tied. That detail turned my stomach in a fresh direction. He was conscious long enough for that, I said. Mara cut the tie with trauma shears from the alcove shelf. Can you hear me? She asked, loud by his ear. Darnell, open your eyes. His eyelids twitched, didn't open. Tom had already turned to the relay panel. Here, the cold chain backup switch sat in the down position behind a plastic guard someone had snapped clean off. Beside it, one fuse module had been removed and left on the floor. Can you fix it? I asked. I can try. Try fast. First real attack came while Mara was wrapping a pressure bandage around Darnell's head. A sound from behind us. Not the cooler alcove this time. The lab side. A fast shoe squeak, and then the sharp slam of the lab door being kicked open against its own frame. Someone had come through behind us. I turned and caught a figure in the corridor just as the motion light snapped on. Dark jacket, work boots, same man from Station 3, or close enough that the differences didn't matter in the surge of adrenaline. Mid-30s pale, eyes too calm. Medical tape still ghosted on his wrist where a line had been removed. He wasn't alone. A second man moved behind him, older, thinner, carrying something low in one hand that took me a second too long to read as a bolt cutter. Not vampires, not things, men. Tired looking, organized, terrifyingly unhurried men in a building that should never have belonged to them. The first one looked into the alcove and saw all of us at once. His expression barely changed. That makes this harder, he said, his voice mild, same as before in Station 3. Mara stood up so fast she hit the shelf behind her. Back off. He looked at her, then at Tom by the panel, then at the open cooler corridor beyond, calculating, not angry, just adjusting. You're in the way of something expensive, he said. And you're in a blood center, I said. Police are coming. He gave me a small, tired smile. Yes, that's why we're trying to leave. The older man stepped forward with the bolt cutters lifting, maybe to threaten, maybe to hook the stool out of Mara's reach, and the moment broke. I threw the flashlight, not because it was clever, because it was in my hand and heavy, and I had no better idea. It hit the older man high in the cheek with a wet crack. He swore and reeled sideways into the cooler door. Mara seized the stool and swung it two-handed into Station 3's ribs. The metal legs rang off bone. He folded, not theatrically, just enough to lose ground. Tom shouted, "I've got it," the relay panel clunked. Somewhere deep in the building, a generator contact engaged with a hard electrical thud. The The fluorescent strip over our heads brightened. Down the corridor, cooler panels lit one by one, digital numbers waking blue in the dark. For half a second, everyone froze in that change. Then, the older man lunged for Tom. He had abandoned the bolt cutters and went with his hands, grabbing Tom's collar and smashing him backward into the battery cabinet. Tom's head cracked against metal so hard I felt it in my teeth. Evan, still against the wall, made a frightened, choking sound and tried to push himself up. Station 3 came off the stool strike angrier now, faster. He drove into Mara, and both of them hit the opposite jam. The stool fell, bounced once. I went for it, slipped in something on the floor, blood, mine or Darnell's or his, and nearly went down. He saw me, pivoted, and in that instant I recognized the private flaw I'd been carrying through the whole night. Not fear, the fear of pausing. The terror that one wrong frozen second means someone pays in bone and blood for your hesitation. So I did the ugliest possible thing instead of the correct one. I grabbed the pressure hose from the emergency wash station and yanked. The hose came free with a wrenching squeal, spraying a hard fan of cold water across the alcove. It hit Station 3 in the face and chest, more shocking than damaging, but enough to blind him for a beat and drive him back into the corridor. Mara took that beat and slammed the stool into his knee. He went down badly, realistically badly, not movie bad. He twisted as he fell, and the sound his leg made wasn't a clean snap, just a horrible layered crack and grunt that told you ligaments had joined the conversation. The older man turned at the noise, lost focus on Tom, and Tom buried a short right hand into his throat with the economy of a man who had not thrown many punches lately, but remembered one useful lesson. The man staggered, gagging. "Door," Mara shouted, meaning the alcove, meaning contain them here or get contained with them. I shoved the shelf of flattened cartons sideways into the opening. It jammed halfway, enough to narrow the corridor entrance, not enough to seal it. Station 3, on the floor, caught the shelf edge with both hands and tried to haul it aside despite the wrecked knee, face gone pale and mean with effort. Then Darnell moved. Not much. A groan, one arm lifting, but his right hand found the dropped stun flashlight on his belt, one of those oversized security models with an arc feature he mostly used to scare stray dogs off the lot. I'd forgotten it was clipped there. Maybe he had two until his hand touched it. He thumbed it on blind. The crackle filled the alcove. Station 3 looked down just in time to see blue-white arc jump between the prongs before Darnell rammed the thing into his side. The man convulsed and screamed. A real human scream, hoarse and stunned. His hands flew off the shelf. He rolled away, smashing shoulder first into the corridor wall. The older man bolted, not toward us, toward the dock. "Stop him," Mara yelled. Tom tried. He got 2 steps before his own head clipped the cabinet edge on the turn, and he stumbled, one hand slapping the wall to stay up. I went after the older man into the corridor because somebody had to, and because suddenly everything was moving too fast to choose well. He ran unevenly, half blind from the flashlight hit, one cheek already swelling purple. Past the cooler bank, toward the left bend where the dock and loading bay met. I followed on shaking legs, lungs tearing, the corridor lights finally all awake and showing every ugly detail, the open cooler stuffed with stolen bags, the blood smear, the abandoned stool behind us, the flashlight on the floor where I'd missed grabbing it back. At the dock turn, he made his mistake. He went for the roll-up door control instead of the exit, probably thinking truck. Escape with product. Maybe someone waiting outside. The loading dock plate was still down. The clear plastic bin of blood sat where we'd found it. And now, with backup power restored, the door alarm system had rebooted. He hit the outer bar. The alarm detonated through the bay. A savage metallic shriek, immediate and total. He flinched hard enough for me to close distance and slam into his back with everything I had left. We both went down on the concrete. Pain burst through my wrapped hand when it struck first. My chin cracked the floor. He twisted under me, elbow driving into my ribs, and for a second all I could smell was dust and old motor oil, and that sweet blood room tang soaked into the plastic bin beside us. He was stronger. He got halfway up, dragging me by my scrub top, and then Mara arrived and brought the stool down across his shoulder blades. Again, he collapsed flat. Tom came limping behind her with zip ties from the utility shelf. Between the three of us, we got the older man's wrists bound behind him while he swore, coughed, and promised things he could no longer deliver. Back in the corridor, Station 3 had crawled as far as the bathroom branch before Darnell, and Evan, impossibly, pitifully, somehow, had managed to keep eyes on him. Darnell was on one knee against the wall, head bandage gone half red, stunned flashlight still in hand, but shaking so hard he could barely aim it. Evan had armed himself with a box of saline flushes, like he might throw them one by one if needed. Station 3 took one look at all of us coming and stopped trying. Maybe the knee, maybe the math. He leaned his head back against the tile wall and breathed through his mouth, eyes flicking from one face to another. Still common pieces. Not enough. "Who are you?" Mara asked. He laughed once and then winced. "Nobody you need." That answer earned him nothing. Sirens reached us then, faint through the insulated walls, but real, growing. Not magic, not sudden saviors, just the delayed arrival of the world we had been trying to hold off long enough to rejoin. The rest unfolded the way ugly real endings do. With repetition, statements, keys, doors, blood pressure cuffs, more officers than seemed necessary, until you remembered the coolers, EMTs kneeling where we had knelt, Darnell cursing when they tried to collar him, Evan crying quietly from adrenaline and embarrassment while someone checked his pupils again, Tom vomiting in a sink after it was safe enough for his body to collect the debt. Police opened the coolers. Then the loading bin. Then the utility alcove shelves, where they found fake tags, spare tubing clamps, printed IDs, a donor badge reel from another state, and 2 hard cases packed with label stock. They walked the perimeter and found a van backed behind the east lot fence with stolen hospital transport crates in it and plates that didn't belong to the vehicle. One officer, young enough to still show surprise on his face, came out of the dock area looking like he needed different skin. The explanation, such as it was, formed in fragments overheard at 4:00 a.m. and after. Diversion theft, medical product resale, false donor records to generate entry points and cover missing units. One man posing as a donor while the other worked access and equipment. Maybe more people somewhere else in the chain. Probably more. Always more. By dawn, the building smelled like wet paper towels, fresh disinfectant, and the metallic penny smell of our own injuries. The TV was still on, with the captions rolling under an amber sunrise forecast no one believed in. I sat on an overturned supply tote in the donor room while a paramedic butterfly closed the cut in my palm and wrapped 2 ribs on my right side that he said were probably bruised, maybe cracked. Mara had a split lip and a swelling left hand where the stool had kicked back into her knuckles. Tom had a concussion mild enough to earn discharge instructions and stern advice. Evan got sent out for observation because he'd fainted, hit his head, and then spent an hour trapped in a nightmare building after losing a unit of blood. Darnell went to county with a head wound and a look on his face that said he'd be back arguing with facilities before the staples came out. Resolved one way or another, but not clean, because when detectives asked me to describe the first donor again, I kept seeing him in Station 3 under the blanket, looking at me over the line as the bag filled. Calm, patient, like the building had already changed and he was simply waiting for us to notice. And because before they took him out, knee splinted, wrists cuffed, face gray from pain, he turned his head when he passed the donor room and looked directly at the front desk printer. Not at me, not at Mara, at the printer. Tiny movement, almost nothing. Then he smiled with one side of his mouth, like there was a private joke still intact somewhere inside all this wreckage. Later, after sunrise, an evidence tech opened the printer tray one last time. There was one fresh label inside. No name, no unit number, just a barcode and a white blank where the pulse should have been. By 9:30 that morning, the blood center looked almost normal again. That was the worst part. Day shift had been diverted to another site. The front lot was full of police vehicles earlier, then county vans, then one box truck from facilities. And by sunrise, most of them had peeled away in layers, leaving behind wet tire arcs on the asphalt and a yellow police tape line across the loading dock that fluttered every time the wind came around the east side of the building. But if you stood in the donor room doorway and looked in without context, it was just a medical space after a hard night. The recliners were upright. The snack cart had been restocked because somebody from operations couldn't bear seeing the empty cracker sleeves and juice rings. The TV was off now, black screen reflecting the fluorescent ceiling panels. A custodial guy I'd never met had mopped the floor twice, and still, if the light hit low near Station 1, you could see the faint outline where Evan's apple juice and vomit had dried tacky before anyone got to it. Not a stain exactly, more a change in shine. I noticed details like that because I couldn't stop. My hand had 3 butterfly closures under a fresh wrap and a pulse in the cut that seemed to move with my thoughts. One rib on the right side had gone from sharp pain to a thick bruised ache that made breathing feel negotiable. They offered me a trip to the ER for imaging. I said no. Mara had said, "Of course you did," without looking at me. She was in the break room with an ice pack balanced over 2 swollen knuckles, filling out an incident statement in block letters, so hard the pen was probably carving through the paper. Her split lip had crusted dark at one edge. Someone had found her a spare scrub top because the one she wore during the fight had blood on the sleeve and a ripped seam at the shoulder. She looked exactly like the kind of person who would refuse to sit down on a day like this. Tom had gone home with his daughter after the urgent care clinic cleared him for a mild concussion and a bruised shoulder. Before he left, he stood in the lobby under the dead camera and apologized to me for not being more help, which was insane, and then apologized again for apologizing, which felt more like him. "You got us to the panel," I said. He rubbed a hand over the back of his neck. "Yeah, and then I got thrown into a cabinet like a decorative pillow. You still got us there." He gave a tired little snort. "Don't let them make you come back too soon." Then his daughter, who looked enough like him around the eyes to make it obvious even without introduction, took him by the elbow and guided him outside with the same brisk annoyance I imagine he'd once used on her. Evan's parents arrived just after 7, while a detective was still trying to get a coherent second statement out of him. His mother cried. His father didn't, which somehow looked worse. He kept thanking people for helping his son in a tone that suggested he'd rather hit something with a shovel. When they walked Evan out, he turned and gave me this embarrassed little half wave, as if he was apologizing for fainting in a disaster. I waved back. Nobody told him he didn't need to apologize. We were all too tired to perform emotional correctness at each other. Darnell was the only one who stayed absent in a way that'd wait. County General kept him for observation because of the head injury. Concussion, scalp staples, no skull fracture. That was the update the detective passed along around 8:30, reading from his notebook in a voice meant to sound neutral and landing somewhere near relieved. Darnell had also apparently tried to leave against medical advice twice already. "That tracks," Mara said. The detective almost smiled. His name was Salazar. Mid-50s, Milwaukee PD, tie loosened, old coffee breath, not theatrical about anything. He'd taken statements in the donor room at first, then moved everyone one by one into the admin office when the evidence team started dusting and photographing like they expected the walls themselves to confess. He sat across from me now at the front desk, legal pad open, the printer beside us unplugged and bagged with evidence tape that read "Do not operate." "I'm going to ask again," he said. "The man in Station 3. You're certain he completed most of a donation?" "Near full bag," I said. Mara checked the volume, and he showed no distress. "No," he watched my face for a moment. "Detectives do that in a way that's different from regular people, like they're trying to determine whether your uncertainty is memory, guilt, or performance." "He spoke to you?" "Yes." What stood out, the truth was irritatingly small. "He seemed patient," I said, like he wasn't in a hurry, like he thought he had time. Salazar wrote that down. I looked past him at the unplugged printer, the evidence bag crinkled around the cable tie, and for one ugly second, I had the urge to drag the thing out to the loading dock and run it over with a courier van. Instead, I asked, did they identify them? "The 2 in custody, yes. And I can't give you much yet. Because you don't know or because you woe." He shut the notebook without irritation. "Both." That was honest enough that I let it go. Bits had traveled through the building all morning anyway. Not official statements. Fragments. One suspect with priors involving hospital theft in Illinois. One with falsified phlebotomy credentials. A van containing transport crates from 2 states. Label stock, counterfeit tags, cloned donor IDs. Enough to suggest network, not improvisation. Enough to ensure this would not stay a one-building story. My mother called 3 times before I answered. I didn't want to, not because I didn't want her, because I knew the shape my voice would take once I heard hers, and I didn't want to feel that in front of other people. I finally stepped into the record's alcove and picked up. "Hey, you sound awful," she said immediately. "Good morning to you too." What happened? She already knew something had, not details. Just that I had texted her at 6:15 that I was okay, but at work dealing with an emergency. And please do not drive anywhere yet, because I'd call when I could. That text alone was enough to scare her. So I gave her the edited version. "Police, break in. Someone hurt, not me badly. Long night. I'm okay. Mothers hear the seams in a story first. Lena, I'm okay. You always say that when you mean I'm functioning." I leaned against the metal shelf and closed my eyes. Somewhere in the next room, a detective chair scraped over tile. Mara laughed once at something too sharply. "I'm functioning," I admitted. "Do you want me to come?" "No, stay home. Seriously, I can still drive." "Mom," that landed where I meant it to, not harsh, just enough. She was quiet a second. Then, softer. "Did you freeze?" The question hit so precisely I had to look at the floor. I'd never told her the full externship story, only enough for her to understand why I switched programs and why hospitals, after that, felt like buildings in which my own body might betray me at a professionally devastating moment. "No," I said, "not this time." She let out a breath I heard all the way through the phone line. "Okay." Nothing grand in it. No speech. No healing sentence. Just okay, meaning I heard the real answer, and I'm putting it somewhere safe for later. By noon, people from administration began arriving in careful clothes with careful expressions. Regional Operations Director, Legal Liaison, someone from compliance whose whole personality seemed to be a binder. They moved through the building with lowered voices and coffee cups, pausing at thresholds as if each room required a different face. There would be reviews, audits, chain of custody reconstruction, media strategy, hospital coordination, staff leave policies, donor notifications if data exposure reached a certain threshold. The machine of institutional aftermath had switched on. I hated it on site, not because it was wrong, because it was necessary, and necessary things so often flatten the human shape of whatever happened. One of the admin women, Paula, I think, though I'd only seen her in Zoom squares before, asked if I wanted to go home and return later for any remaining paperwork. I looked around the donor room, at Mara with her ice pack and forms, at the bagged printer, at the evidence tags hanging from cooler handles farther down the hall, at the half door to processing still bent a little from being kicked. "No," I said, "I want to finish while I still remember." That was only half true. The other half was uglier and simpler. I didn't want to walk out and discover the ordinary world had continued without asking permission. Eventually, it did anyway. By early afternoon, the sun had shifted high enough to flatten the shadows in the parking lot. A few regular delivery trucks came and went from neighboring buildings. Someone across the street was filling potholes. A woman in a red coat stood at the bus stop, checking her phone and stamping her feet against the cold. The city had no obligation to stage itself around our fear. Mara found me in the lobby around 1, staring out through the glass at the taped loading dock gate. "You look like you're planning a murder," she said. "I'm considering arson." "Good, keep it aspirational." She held out a paper cup of vending machine coffee. I took it with my good hand. It tasted burnt enough to feel medicinal. For a while, we just stood there. The lobby lights were back on. Facilities had replaced the tripped relay. Camera 1 had been removed from the ceiling, wires hanging out in a neat silver loop where the housing used to be. Without the camera there, the corner looked naked. "You going to take leave?" I asked. "I'm going to sleep for 14 hours and then tell HR I need a tetanus update, and 3 days minimum before they even mention a schedule." She sipped her own coffee. I don't know. That's a stupid answer." "I know." She turned her head and studied me. No softness in it, but concern all the same. "You don't get points for coming back fastest." "I know. You also don't get points for pretending you're less wrecked than you are." I looked down at the coffee cup lid. "I know." Her shoulders dropped a fraction. "Okay." After a minute, she said, "When he looked at you in the chair, did you feel like he recognized you?" I thought about that. "No," I said. "More like he was checking whether I'd recognize him later." Mara's mouth tightened. "I hate that answer." "Me too." Another quiet stretch. Then she said, "They're saying the blank labels might just be leftover corrupted print jobs." Just, that's the word they used. I thought about the final label in the tray after the arrests. No name, no number, white blank where the pulse should have been. It had a technical explanation available, which did not make it feel less personal. "Maybe it is," I said. She didn't say yes. Round 2:30, I was finally cleared to leave after signing 3 more statements, confirming contact information for follow-up, and promising a compliance officer I would not discuss certain operational details with media if contacted. That last part almost made me laugh, because the odds of media calling me specifically felt absurd. Then I remembered the loading dock tape, the evidence vans, the criminal network, and decided absurd had lost its authority hours ago. I collected my coat from the break room. My locker smelled faintly of hand lotion and old detergent, and the peppermint gum I kept in the top shelf. Ordinary smells. So ordinary they were almost unbearable. Inside the pocket of my coat was the grocery list I'd written before coming to work. Eggs, rice, cat litter, generic ibuprofen, dish soap. I didn't own a cat anymore. My last one had died the previous summer, and I still wrote cat litter on lists sometimes, because habit can outlive the thing it serves by months before your brain catches up. I stared at the words for a while longer than made sense. Then I folded the list and put it back. At the exit, Salazar caught me. "We may need you in again," he said. "Later this week. Photo array maybe. Timeline reconstruction." "Okay," he hesitated, which made me stop. "That security guard of yours," he said. He woke up enough to say one useful thing. I waited. He said when they jumped him in the utility alcove, he heard one of them talking through the open cooler door to someone he couldn't see. Salazar scratched once at his jaw. Could have been on an earpiece. Could have been another person farther down the dock. Could be head injury memory and not worth much. We're checking. There it was, the subtle leftover thread. Not dramatic, not enough to tear the resolution open, just enough to keep the fabric from lying flat. "How many people do you think were involved?" I asked. Salazar looked out at the parking lot. "More than 2. He didn't need to say anything else. I drove home through the low afternoon light with both hands on the wheel until my wrapped palms started to complain, then switched awkwardly to one. Milwaukee in winter has a way of looking almost staged from inside a car. Dirty snow pushed into berms at curb edges, church steeples and utility lines, the flat shine of the river under cloud. I stopped at a red light by a pharmacy and realized I had no memory of the last 6 blocks. Not blacked out, just absent. My body driving while my mind was still in the corridor counting steps to the lab door. At my apartment, I stood in the kitchen without taking off my coat for maybe 5 minutes. The fridge hummed. The radiator clicked. Some kid upstairs dropped something heavy and then ran across the floor. I put my keys in the wrong drawer, opened the freezer when I meant to get a glass, took 2 ibuprofen dry and immediately regretted it, sat down at my tiny table because standing suddenly felt like an advanced skill. This is what I mean by almost ordinary. No jump scare, no revelation, just the familiar apartment with every object carrying a faint new edge, because now I knew how quickly routine could be entered by people who understood it well enough to counterfeit. My phone buzzed with a text from Mara. "Alive," I wrote back, unfortunately. After a minute, "Good. HR will hate that answer." I smiled despite myself. Then my gaze drifted to the envelope slot in my front door. There was junk mail on the floor I hadn't noticed when I came in. Grocery circular, credit card offer, local political flyer. One plain white envelope with no stamp, no return address, just my name printed on the front in block capitals. That by itself would have meant nothing on any other day. Someone in the building could have slid it through. Landlord notice, misdelivered note, coupon packet. Still, I stood up too fast, and pain flashed through my ribs. I crossed the kitchen, picked up the envelope, turned it over. Unsealed. Inside was a single adhesive label backing sheet with one label missing. The remaining labels were blank white rectangles. Printer stock, medical grade, the kind we used. I stood there holding it, listening to the radiator click and the upstairs kid run, and the far-off muffled siren of some unrelated emergency crossing town without me. Then I texted Salazar a photo. I did not open the door to the hall. I did not check the peephole. I locked the deadbolt, then checked it twice, then hated myself a little for checking twice, then let that feeling sit where it wanted. After a while, I took off my coat, washed my face, fed myself toast because that was what my hands could manage, lay down on top of the blanket without undressing, and watched the ceiling turn slowly from afternoon gray to evening. At some point, I slept. At some point, I woke to the building settling around me, and the realization that tomorrow there would be forms, calls, maybe a detective at my table, maybe leave paperwork, maybe a new lock for the front door, maybe groceries if I could stand a store. Almost ordinary. But before I turned off the lamp, I looked once more at the photo on my phone of that label sheet on my kitchen floor. And I zoomed in on the upper right corner, where one missing label had been peeled away cleanly enough to leave a shape. A small, hard white rectangle. Exactly the size of the blank pulse field on our donor stickers. The shadows fade for now, but the stories never end. Don't forget to hit like, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and join our community of horror lovers. If you're hungry for more, check out the next video. Just remember, the scariest part is often the one you don't see coming.